Alrighty then. Let me see here. Let me set this up. I am not able to sleep as I'm seeing a few people in some other channels, and they're complaining about just being ridiculed too much in other Christian channels. So talked to another friend briefly, and I guess I was going ahead and just start a channel to be able to create a more, Christian or Christ-like, environment for just people that want to chat without the bullies. Again, as usual. Well, and see who shows up. I'm setting up my channel still. Here's the StreamYard. I can pin it. Again, all are welcome. Did it pin it? Did it pin it? I don't know if I pinned it or not. There it goes. As long as you are civilized and respectful and willing to, if you have to disagree, do it civilly. We're grown-ups. And if you're not willing to be a grown-up, then I don't want you to bother me or others on my stream. So, but with that said, I'd love to talk about anything else. Until someone shows up, I will share a little bit of my day. I guess it was kind of, I wouldn't say eventful, but interesting, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I made a comment, actually, see a few comments on Professor Dave's illustrious channel today. That has a critique about Torah, pointing out their logical fallacies and general nonsense about his. He actually. Yeah, I'll just show you. Let's see if I can find it. And I inadvertently, without realizing it, gave Mr. Nephilim free some free advertisement. I got to chat with him a little bit earlier today too. Let's see here. Oh, it's Mr. Paul. Hold on, Mr. Paul. There we go. Hello, sir. How are you? Either you're muted or I'm muted. Oh, it's Mr. Paul.
I'm muted.
I was muted. No, I was.
No, it was me. I was muted.
Well, no, me too, because as soon as I unmuted myself, I was hearing all kinds of extra noise. Hopefully y'all weren't hearing my extra noise.
No, you're coming from clear at this end.
Okay, very good. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, surviving.
Yeah.
I was just enjoying the video you put on on Facebook. I noticed you commented a few things, and you showed that girl shooting the 50 cal. You could see what happened before she even pulled trigger.
Yeah, it was kind of horrible. But that's an old video. I don't know where I saw it first.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. I've fired the M16 a couple of times. We had some. I can't remember what the reason was. We had a couple of American soldiers came over to us for a few weeks, and a couple of our guys basically worked with the American soldiers for a few weeks. So it was like an exchange thing. Mm-hmm. And let's say I was on the range this one time, and obviously the American soldiers had the M16, and we had the SLR, which is what we had at the time. And so I gave my rifle to one of the American soldiers to shoot. And the first time he pulled the trigger, it was so comical. It nearly took his bloody shoulder off.
Oh, boy. Imagine. Yeah. 762 round, huh?
There's what, sorry?
There's a 762 round, huh? I'm not sure I've fired that before.
Yeah, 7.62, yeah. I mean, it was all right. Once he'd fired the first round, he realised he had to hold it a little bit tighter into his shoulder, and he was all right after that. But first shot was a bit of a shock to him. He wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, the M16, man, the 5.56 round. When I still remember when I was going through boot, our drill sergeant, he put one literally on his crotch and fired it just to show us how little to no recoil it had. It was kind of talking about comical. Well,
Yeah, if you did that with the SLR, you wouldn't be having kids. Not
yeah,
a chance. You'd be having kids.
yep, yep. Yeah. Have you ever disassembled a M16 or AR-15?
No, I haven't. No.
Like a 2 foot long buffer spring in the buttstock is why it's so soft. So
Right. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
In fact, there was one in the SLR as well. When
Okay.
when you take the SLR out, when you take the block out, there's what we used to call a rat's tail,
Mm-hmm.
which basically went into the butt, and obviously there was a spring there which took some of the recoil out. But I mean, obviously the difference between a 7.62 and a 5.56 is quite a difference. So you still got the kick on it. But yeah, that did used to have a buffer in the stock as well. Now you mentioned it, but we never used to take that bit apart. Basically, there was no need to take that out of the buttstock. You just take the block out, and the rat's tail was on the end of it, and that's what used to go into the stock to try and reduce the recoil.
Right.
And then in the late 80s, when would it have been? 80. It'd be about 88. That's when we went to 5.56 with the SA80 that it was called at the time.
Right.
Which was a bloody terrible rifle. Absolutely bloody terrible when they first came out. We had nothing but trouble with them. The one I had, because it was a bullpup, obviously you got the trigger at the front of the mechanism. There's a metal guide that went across to actually, release the bolt, so to speak. And that metal rod that used to go back, that used to snap all the time. If you're doing any rapid fire on it, mine snapped a couple of times. So that was like one of the first things that used to go wrong with them. They fixed that. Then there was a problem with the magazine catch. The magazine catch was on the left-hand side of the rifle. So if you were walking with it and it banged against any of your equipment, it could hit that release catch and your magazine would drop out. So that was another fault with it.
That might be a problem if you're in middle of combat. Yeah.
Well, to be honest, when we first got issued it, we was in Northern Ireland because I was in Northern Ireland from 87 to 89. And I think we got the SA80s in about 88. And we used to do top cover on the Land Rover. So basically, you stood out the Land Rover. So it's like just your sort of like the middle of your chest stuck out of the Land Rover, and you stood there with your rifle as you drove down the road. A couple of times, the rifle would be over the edge of the hole in the Land Rover, and it would catch the thing. The magazine would fall out, hit the floor. So you're traveling down the road at 30 miles an hour. Your magazine would hit the floor, and all 30 rounds would just scatter all over the road.
What?
Luckily enough, that never happened to me. I saw somebody do that, and I'm extremely careful not to do it because we've been in Northern Ireland. You used to have to account for all your rounds. You were issued all the rounds. The number on the bottom of the round was all taken, so they all had to be the same batch number. So you'd be issued, I don't know, let's say 120 rounds, and at the end of your 2 or 3 weeks tour in the city, when you had to hand all your ammunition back, they were all counted back, and all the batch numbers had to match. And if you had one round missing, there was hell on. You were going on a charge. So this guy was absolutely panicking because all 30 rounds had just gone all over the road.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was an absolute terrible rifle when it first came out. It improved over time and it did get better and better. But like I said, the first time it came out, we had just so much trouble with it. And all us older guys, we all preferred the 7.62 to the 5.56. For the simple fact, it had a greater range, effective range, and if you hit somebody with a 7.62, it didn't matter where you hit them. They were not getting up. You hit somebody in the shoulder, and it would literally take the shoulder off. They were not getting up. Whereas with the 5.56, with it being a smaller round, in fact, it's not that much bigger than a 2.2, really. I think it was in the Falklands. When the Falklands first kicked off, I believe there was a company of Marines over there. That's all there was. There was only about 90 blokes on the Falklands when the invasion first happened. And so many of them had what would you call it? It'd be like it wasn't the SA80, but it was like the trials for the SA80.
Okay.
So it was using basically the same round and the same sort of platform that was eventually going to be the SA-80. And a lot of the Marines said over there, the worst thing about that rifle is when they were shooting at the Argentinians, they knew they were hitting them. They could see the rounds were hitting them. And the Argentinians were not slowing down. They just kept coming because they were adrenaline and stuff like that. And because it was a small round, some of the Argentinians didn't actually realize they'd been hit. They'd get like 2 or 3 shots into one person before they could drop them. And the Marines said that was the worst thing about it. They knew that if they shot them with an SLR, if they weren't getting up, it'd take your bloody arm and leg off with an SLR. And whether it's true or not, we was basically led to believe that the reason we'd gone to the 5.56 was it wasn't necessarily to kill the enemy. It was more to disrupt the supplies, the rear echelon. As you know yourself, when you've got troops in battle, you've got the rear echelon, which has got all the supplies, you've got all the medical staff and everything else that goes with it. Whereas if you shot one person and killed them, that took one person out of the battle. Whereas if you shot one person and he was injured, that could take several people up, because obviously you need a couple of people to go out with stretchers to pick him up, and then you've got the medical staff, the nurses, and all the stuff that goes with that. So we were told, let's say, whether how true it was, I don't know, but they reckoned that it was more effective to not necessarily kill people, but was more to overwhelm the rear echelon, where it just could not cope with the amount of casualties that they were coming in. Casualties in a war are basically a pain in the neck. Dead people, they're just dead. As cruel as that sounds.
Well, sounds debatable. So the effectiveness for the M16, at least for the American stuff, was that it wasn't so much the caliber. It was the tumble. The 5.62 round will tumble out of the air gas chamber for the M16, the AR-15 frame. So when it does hit, it doesn't just go through like most other rounds. It especially if it hits bone or something, it'll ricochet throughout the body. So it's really kind of vicious. So
now you mentioned that I do believe that's what the I have heard that before, and it probably was when the Americans were there. I'm sure that I have heard that before. It tumbled, so it caused more damage as it went through, rather than a round just going cleanly through. Obviously, if it hits bones, it's
lighter
thing that.
Because we had 90-pound combat loads, man. You're carrying 12 plus clips on you. It's you want to save every scrap of pound you can.
And the SLR, that was originally a Belgian rifle. I think it's a Belgian FN. And when the British adopted it in about 1950s, they did slight modifications to it with the British FAL, the SLR FAL. That had slightly different modifications to it than what the original Belgian FN was. And one of the things that we took away from it was the full automatic capability. The British Army didn't like full automatic capability, like semi-automatic. And the idea behind that was it wasn't a case of getting loads of rounds down in automatic fire, because with automatic fire, once your first round is accurate, the rest of them aren't, because obviously with it moving, so your first round is on target, the rest of them aren't. Whereas if you're using so if you're using semi-automatic, every round is an aimed shot. So we mainly adopted the semi-automatic rather than full automatic. We did have automatic weapons within the section as well, which would be the general purpose machine gun, and that would be what would be used for covering fire and things like that.
For suppression. Did you all ever have the 3-round burst trigger selection like we had? Okay.
No. You used to. I mean, obviously with the GPMG, no, that was fully automatic. There's no single burst on that. That's fully automatic. But you could time it, so you could easily do a 3-round burst. It was 3 to 5 round bursts, and if you got really good at it, I could do it. I could pull the trigger and just get one shot off.
Okay.
With the GPMG, and we used to have when we had the SA-80, that was full automatic, semi-automatic as well, and I could do the same thing with that. You could get the trigger pulled just right, where you could just fire one shot off.
Yeah.
And then the other one that have for automatic fire was the Browning submachine gun, which was used for close quarter battles. If you were fighting in built-up areas and stuff like that.
Right. I was laughing a little bit because you reminded me. I almost got in some trouble when I was in boot camp. So the M16A2 models and above, they have a 3-round burst on the trigger selection.
Yeah.
And I was doing our final FTX. I went to Fort Sill, Oklahoma for my boot. And at the end of it, I don't know, I'm sure you guys probably do something similar. We had to, we were spending the leftover blanks, so they could,
Yeah.
Anyway, that's another story. But so we're just, we'd held our blank our brass ejector over an empty ammo can, and we were supposed to just fire them off, right? And I had timed my 3-round burst just perfectly, so it sounded like it was on automatic. Just constantly going. My drill sergeant runs over and shot at me. Did you modify your rifle illegally in your rifle? And I was like, no, drill sergeant. I just I sat there and had to show it to him. He thought I broke the rifle, or you can go in there. It's technically a federal law violation to make it fully automatic. But anyways,
right, yeah,
I had fun.
One time on the range, there was one of my mates was shooting the Browning submachine gun. It was the first time we'd basically used it.
You say Browning machine gun, I'm thinking the M2, man, the 50 caliber.
No, it's the Brown. It's the it's a lovely little weapon.
The M2 is not a lovely little weapon; it's a giant. Yeah,
yeah. It was a fun thing to shoot. It was a Browning 9mm. So, like I say, it was for close quarter battles. Let me just have a look.
Was Browning, is that British made?
I'm thinking possibly, but I wouldn't like to be 100% certain.
Okay.
I think it was like a Browning 9mm automatic pistol as well.
That is the Browning M2 50 caliber machine gun for World War II.
Yeah,
it's not a little weapon.
Yeah, no, that's not little. Yeah, put in Browning 9mm SMG.
Okay. All right, let's see what we find here. Okay. Oh, they got a pistol version, and there's a
it has a folding stock, a metal folding stock.
There's a drawing of one I found quick.
Right. It basically, well, in fact, Sterling submachine gun. It looks like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an old version. Is that an old one? I don't know what that is, but this is the one we used to use.
Oh yeah, okay. Pretty cool. It's like an S&K. All right.
So yeah, this guy's on the range, and we were supposed to be shooting in semi-automatic single shot. So we've all got it on single, so we're all stood there shooting at the target. Well, this lad, he'd flicked it and he put it onto automatic and hadn't realised. And he pulled the trigger and it just went like over the top of everybody's head. It was he found himself on a charge. Yeah, luckily enough, as he was shooting it, it went up rather than came across.
Right.
So it was only expecting one shot. Because as soon as he pulled the trigger, it went straight onto full automatic. And he's like, it's like this, like that, because we're all stood in a line, so everyone's diving for cover. He's shooting up.
Call it hot fire,
So that was in basic training. That was the first time he'd ever shot one. So yeah, he got it totally wrong.
Yep. Yeah, no, I qualified on the old M60. It's I think one of the last 7.62 machine guns that the United States uses. The old Rambo machine gun, if you're ever watching Rambo movies.
Yeah, well, we had something very similar to that. We had, that you're talking the M60, aren't you? We had what you called the general purpose machine gun. Let me have a look, see if I can search for one of them.
Yeah, today we use what's called a squad automatic weapon. It's a 556 machine gun. It's fully automatic, but it's a piece of junk.
Right.
It's belt fed, jams a lot, overheats. It's just.
The GPMG was belt fed, but to be honest, it was quite a reliable weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're still using it today. In fact, I shared a picture or a video of it on my Facebook. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, and with this weapon as well, you could put it in the what you called an SF roll, which was like sustained fire. So what you did is you took the butt could come off and you put a blank butt plate on, and then it could go onto a tripod, and then it could be used, what you called SF with a roll, which was sustained fire. But it's very similar looking to the M60.
Now, sure. While we're talking, I'm not going to interrupt you. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, very similar.
Almost identical. Yeah. There's a picture of or a video of a guy in. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
I think this is in. I don't know if it's Iraq or not, but that's what we're using today. That's they call a saw. Piece of crap. But you can see it's got a nice kick. Yeah, it's tearing up the.
Yeah, is that 7.62 as well? Is it?
This is 5.56, right? We
right.
5.62, yeah.
And that's it that's the same one, but in the SF roll, like I say, that you take the butt off it, then you fit it onto a tripod.
Mm-hmm. Yep. This is a video footage of an infantry squad that, and I made the caption when I shared this. When a fully automatic, machine gun just isn't quite enough, and you need to make there he goes, make the forest explode. I don't have the sound on, but an A10. When pigs can fly and save your bacon, we like to say.
Yeah.
The warthog. They go in there, they just rip the ground up. So, yeah. Oops. What did I do? Did I click the right thing? There we go. Yeah.
So what time is it? Is it still the middle of the night or early morning where you are?
It is. Yeah, it's almost 10 till 5 a.m. here. So.
Right. You've been up all night?
Not quite. Got a little bit of sleep.
So it's 10 to 11 in the morning here.
Yeah. Yeah, I was browsing some other channels, and there's the typical annoyance going on, and so I figured I'd start a channel to allow people to come and join and avoid the drama if they want, kind of thing. And just a nice conversation like we have.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it works better like this. I'm done with the arguing now. I really have. I just can't be bothered with it.
Yep.
I
don't mind arguing as long as we can, be nice about it. Be adults.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with YouTube at the moment. Everyone seems to be having a go at each other, and there seems to be a lot of infighting going on. So, yeah, I'm starting to avoid that. I just can't be done with it anymore.
I've been on social media since the 80s. To be honest with you, so I've seen it. Back in IRC was popular, and Yahoo chat was popular. It's the social. People have a mask on social media. They can be somebody they're not. They can't normally get away with.
Yeah, I mean, that's to be honest. That's why when I come on YouTube and stuff like that, I put a camera on. I don't hide my face when it comes to going on stuff.
And I keep thinking about it myself, but as like the Smoky Saint guys and stuff prove, I get a lot of hate, and I'm worried about getting doxxed. So, in fact, I've got too much information out there already. So I don't know. They've threatened to dox me. Yeah,
well, I mean, I don't know why people have got to be like that. I really don't.
I know, it's just hate, for lack of a better word, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can, like I say, we can all have disagreements on stuff. Like, I mean, obviously, with us, you're a theist, I'm an atheist. But to me, the atheist side of me it's a very small part of my life, really. In fact, it doesn't take part of my life at all. I like having conversations about it and stuff like that because I like to try and get me try to understand what other people are going through or what other people are thinking.
Sure.
But say in the UK, the majority of people just are not interested in religion. I mean, obviously some people are religious, but the majority of people that you meet, they've just got no interest in it at all. Majority of people that I work with, they're the same as me. They don't have a God belief. But even they find it strange that I do what I do by going on YouTube and talking to people about religion, even though they don't believe in a God either. They just say, oh, so I don't know why you can be bothered with it. I said, well, sometimes you meet interesting people, you can have interesting conversations with it, and they'll just go, oh yeah, but talking about religion, I don't know how you can be bothered. And even when I talk to them about it and try and question them about religion, they know absolutely nothing about it. That's how people really are. And you can know people for, seriously, the majority of your life and not even ever mention religion or even know whether that person holds a particular religious view. Some people can, I've met people, known them for years. In fact, one lad I was in the army with, and he is religious. Right. And I didn't know this until after we'd left the army and putting stuff on Facebook, and he commented on stuff that I'd put on, and we got into a conversation. And he lives just up the road, really. Well, say up the road, about 20 miles up the road. So I jumped on the train this one night, and he says, "Oh, come through, we'll have a drink." And that's what we spoke about all night. And like I said to him, I had no idea.
That's awesome.
I said, I had no idea that you were religious. And he went, well, no, this is just something never really talked about. So we had a conversation of religious. That's one person that I knew for 20 odd years who was religious, but I never had no idea about it. And then there's other people you can bring up the subject with, and they're the same as me. They'll go, yeah, I don't believe in that stuff. Mm-hmm. But then when you sort of mention what's in the Bible and stuff like that, they'll literally say, I've got no idea. Yeah, they've never read it. They've never been interested in it. They just get on with their life. And that's what's important to them, not religion. Yeah, which was pretty much similar to me, really, until probably when I got to about 30. That's when the subject really started to come up, and that was to do with stuff that you see on TV, and especially say 30 years ago when all the stuff was coming out about the Catholic Church and the child abuse stuff and things like that, and then. Then I started thinking, well, yeah, maybe I should look into this a little bit more of what was going on. So that probably is what got me into it. Plus, I do like having conversations, and I do like good conversation debates where it's not an argument, but more like a debate where you're putting your side across and somebody's putting their side across. I do quite enjoy them. I like going on to modern day debate and watching some of the stuff on there, like the flat Earth stuff. That absolutely. it does. I find it's a strange thing. It's like watching a car crash. You can't help but watch. and when these flat earthers come on and they're arguing about the flat Earth, it sort of reminds me of the same sort of feeling. It's sort of like, are you serious? And you just sat there listening to the flat earthers, and
they're very serious. Yeah.
Oh. Well, yeah. I mean, I've mentioned this again to lads at work when I've been laughing at something on YouTube, and they're saying, "What is it?" I says, "Oh, it's a flat Earth debate." And again, it's very similar to religion. They've never really thought about it, and they'll go, "Well, of course it's a globe." And I will go on then. What's the evidence that it's a globe? And they're like, "Well, that's what we're taught at school, isn't it?" I said, "Well, yeah, but that's not really evidence, is it? So, what's your best evidence that the Earth's a globe?" And they'll go, "Well, it just is, isn't it?" Don't get and I'll say seriously, mate, don't get into a debate with a flat earther because he'll tell you a new one. He'll run ring around it.
He'll change your mind, right?
yeah, possibly, yeah. Especially when they're going about long distance photos. When I first started listening to flat earthers, I've got to admit that when they were coming up with these long distance photos, and they would be explaining, right, this is what the globe Earth says, that you can't see over a certain distance due to the curve, and then they'll take photos and say, right, this is 60, 70 miles away. And you're thinking, well, if he's taking that picture from that distance, what's going on? It's not until you listen to the counter argument to it that you realise how it's done. But yeah, for somebody who's never looked at it before, to actually hear the arguments from flat Earth, I'm not saying it'll convince them, but it'll certainly make them walk away thinking, is there something in this?
I think the two sticks experiment is probably, I think, the most effective experiment.
Oh, with the shadows.
Yes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with it. Yeah, I don't know how you can get away from that. And also with the spherical triangle. Obviously, if you do a triangle on a globe or any spherical object, the angles will always add up to more than 180 degrees. Well, obviously, a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1. It's going to be 180 degrees. Well, if you do a triangle on a sphere with the same dimensions, because it's on a sphere, is it's called spherical axis. The triangle will always add up to more than 180 degrees, proving it's on a globe.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, put 2 sticks in an orange, and then put 2 sticks in the ground, and show them.
Yeah,
shadows are not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
anyway,
Mr. Iger Television, he comes on my channel on occasion. He came on the other night.
Oh, right. Yes, I've spoke to Iger a few times. I find him all right to speak to be perfectly honest. He's he's quite a decent bloke to believe to, but to talk to. But yeah, he's got some strange beliefs.
Well, I think his issue was that somebody that was teaching flat Earth theory or whatever was a Christian, and that's where he became a Christian. So that's why it's important for him as part of his foundation. And I mean, and him and I, we've had some heated. He was sharing the other night that he's actually kind of calming down from a bunch. He's getting busy with his kids and stuff, more focusing on them. But I loved how him and I seemed to kind of reconcile after a while, saying, I teased him that my CGI is better than his CGI. So
yeah, everything's CGI to him, isn't it? No matter what you're showing him, it's CGI. Won't accept anything that you show him. Yeah.
Yep. So I try to get him to realize that all the models and all the maps that he uses, that's CGI too there, Iger. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with maps is when you look on the especially navigational charts like for flying or for sailing, it's all based on a globe. You've got the longitudinal lines and the latitude lines, and it's all based on a globe. Yeah, with the Ordnance Survey maps with the grid reference, you could argue that would work on both. But with navigational charts, it only works on a globe.
Much less orbital space travel.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I used to be the telecom guy for SpaceX. We had to do a bunch of funky math. Not just globe stuff, but for telemetry calculations, but time dilation, all that stuff.
Yeah, what you mean? The time dilation due to the distance
and speed? Yes, sir.
Yeah, because radio waves basically travel at the speed of light, don't they? Sorry about that. That's just the kettle. Yeah. It's an automatic kettle. It's a pain.
Is that your missus behind you?
Sorry?
I saw someone in a pink robe. Was that your missus?
Oh, yeah, it's the wife, yeah.
Awesome.
So, yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, with radio waves, it travels at the speed of light. So obviously, once you get over a certain distance, there's going to be a delay in the reply. I don't know what is it? Mars? Is it something like?
It's 12 minutes to Mars, but it's not so much the radio waves as the objects themselves will change by just a few milliseconds or whatever. So like GPS satellites and whatnot, we have to constantly recalculate for time dilation drift. Because even GPS, those satellites will, even though they're atomic clock based, they will drift. You have to recalibrate.
Yeah. So basically, if you're talking to somebody a massive distance away, you're going to have to calculate where they're going to be for where the signal is. You're going to basically aim off, aren't you?
Well, not only that, but again, the spacecraft or the probe like Voyagers and the Pioneer probes, they themselves, even though they're physically going to be in a certain place, if you just use Newtonian physics, your telemetry, your signal, like you're talking about, how you aim your dish and stuff like that, it still won't be in the place you think it'll be in the future. There's an equation set of equations we have to use to account for relativistic time dilation, where it does not make physical sense. It's very annoying.
But at the moment we've got the Mars rover and stuff like that on Mars. If we ever manage to send people to Mars, how will the communications work? Well, I mean, you could do like telemetry communications where you're sending text stuff, but there'd be no point in trying to have voice communication, would there? Because I'm speaking to you now, and I'd have to wait 24 minutes to get a reply, because it'd take 12 minutes for you to get me answer, and then 12 minutes for you to come back. So it'd be 24 minutes from me speaking before I even get a reply. Yeah,
that's true, but most of, at least as far as the SpaceX colonization effort goes, it's going to try to be as autonomous as possible, so there won't be a whole lot of communication with Earth necessary. But then the other cool thing, if you want to look at, if you're really into this stuff, is looking into entanglement based telemetry or telecommunication. And NASA and Japan and China, and I don't know if the ESA is working on it yet. They probably are, but there's multiple agencies, of course, that are working. And the ISS is doing some public stuff on it. China says that they've already did it, but they're China, so I don't know. Where they're literally taking entangled particles to try to use those as instantaneous telecommunication.
Instantaneous.
Yep. The whole idea, Einstein called it the spooky science at a distance. So if you manipulate one piece of one particle that's entangled with another, it'll instantly, or it'll be affected in this. It'll have the same state as another particle that's entangled with, irregardless, or excuse me, not irregardless. It's not a word. Regardless of distance, even if it's on the other side of the galaxy or universe.
Yeah, but what
makes distance irrelevant?
Yeah, but wouldn't that mean then that you're sending that signal faster than the speed of light?
No, because again, it's on a quantum state level where it doesn't care about speed. Entanglement is again, it's a quantum phenomenon.
Yeah, but if you've got the Earth here and you've got Mars here, and there's a 12-minute delay from me sending a signal from there to here,
right?
And you're saying that with this entanglement theory, that the signal would be instant.
Yes, because there's no speed, there's no distance. It's a quantum physics thing.
There is a distance.
Well, okay, so the particles don't travel. In other words, when a group of particles or whatever are entangled, quote unquote, whatever happens to one side will automatically happen to the other side, regardless of distance. It's one of those weird things.
So, there's a lot of talk about how that would work.
Yeah. Well, again, it's just one of those funny things about physics. Right. That's crazy. Wait till you learn about superposition. But yeah.
So would that allow them to send, if it works, would that allow them to send voice or video instantly, basically like what we're doing now?
Yes. The only catch is that as far as the current technology is, I mean, this might change in the future, you have to entangle a group locally. They have to be close together first. And so if we want to have an entangled communication box from here to Mars, you have to entangle the boxes, basically synchronize them on Earth or whatever, or space station. And then someone's got to take the box to the next location. So there's that time travel, that distance, whatever you call it. But once the box is there, then you can. It doesn't.
So basically, these two separate boxes would have to be connected in some way and stay connected all the way.
Yes.
So right, I think I'm getting you.
Yep.
Right. So basically, you'd have to. If my device is going to talk to your device, we'd have to have both devices together, and then you take your device, and that connection always stays. That basically they stay connected. Not physically, but with this
quantum, yes.
Quantumly. So they stay connected. So now we can communicate.
Yep.
So what wouldn't work is me building this device here and you building this same device on Mars and then trying to connect them. It wouldn't work.
Not from the technology that I'm currently paying attention to. We can't do that yet. But that's the beauty of science. We think of all kinds of new crazy stuff. So maybe in the future.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll never know what's going to happen in the future.
Yeah,
if we just look what's happened in the last 20 years, it's absolutely amazing. What it's going to be like in 20, 50 years or 100 years' time. They'll look back to what we're doing and thinking, just what we're doing now. They'll think, oh, look at that. How primitive was that? You've got Joel and Paul talking to each other. Bless them. There could be, couldn't there? Just like we did with the first telephone calls and the first recording. We look at that now, don't we? We think it's so comical, and now we've got the CDs. Well, we have the CDs, and now it's all digital. The difference between the two is massive. But it all started with that first recording on that disc thing. That's where it all started. So in the future, this is going to be outdated. Yep,
exactly. And to really spark your imagination, so there's even it's still kind of science fiction, but there's actual money being spent. So not only on the entangled telecommunication field, but if that becomes more stabilized and perfected or whatever, there's the possibility that we'll figure out how to digitize anything, because everything is literally information, including flesh and bone and whatever. You have actual transporters like in Star Trek. Believe it or not.
Yeah, I suppose in theory, if you could, if you could disassemble all the particles and send them to another place and then reassemble them all.
Yep.
I would quite fancy being the first one to try that out.
Yeah, in Star Trek, they have what do they call it? There's a word for it where they have like little test art, things, little tubes of different metals.
Right, I don't know. It's that long ago since I watched Star Trek. I used to watch the original years ago.
Yep. You got Dr. McCoy. He's always complaining. I don't want my molecules scattered across the universe. Yeah. No, science fiction's always the first step to real science. So.
Yeah, and I suppose science fiction is what sets the imagination going, and for people to actually go, well, I wonder if we could actually do something similar to that.
Yep.
With the communicators, when they used to open the communicators up and talk to each other.
Exactly. Today's cell phones, smartphones. Yep, Captain Kirk would be jealous.
Well, he would, wouldn't he? Because all that was basically a very primitive mobile phone. But at the time, in the 70s, of watching that, we found that was amazing. And
in the 70s, we had walkie-talkies, but a small device you could just flip open and talk to somebody in orbit. Yeah, no.
Yeah, and now we've got mobile phones that can do that, and now we've got the the iPhones and the different smartphones, and it's literally a computer in your hand. So yeah, that's far more advanced than what the communicators that they had on Star Trek.
Right. Their Starship bridge deck that had just multicolored little lights and buttons.
Yeah, and now it's all touchscreen, isn't it?
Yeah, no, there's all kinds of fascinating new developments. You got have you seen the phones, with the flex screen, or whatever they call it now?
No, are they actually out? I haven't seen them.
Yeah, they are.
They're talking about them.
Yep. They're not highly rated because they tend to break. But
yeah,
again, like it's everything, it gets perfected. But
yeah, it'll just get better and better, won't it?
Yep.
I mean, the first smartphone was terrible. I had one. I can't even remember what make it was, and I mean, for doing like FaceTime and stuff like that, it was a complete waste of time. It was absolutely terrible. And going onto the internet, you could go onto the internet and look up basic stuff, but it might take you 5 minutes for the screen to load up, and then if it was quite a high resolution website you'd gone on to, none of the pictures would be there. It'd just be the right terrible.
Yep. That's the constant battle in IT and telecom, is always running out of bandwidth. Yeah, it's very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, the first computer I got would have been about 1998. Computer connected to the internet type of thing. I mean, obviously there was the Commodore 64s and stuff.
Yeah,
used to that. But
I still got some old Amigas in my garage.
Yeah. The first one I got connected to the internet was the dial-up thing. So when you went onto the internet, you got that, as it was all connecting.
Yep. I used to make my friends die laughing as I would mimic the modem connection, the CRC connection, with my voice, making the little noises, and every once in a while I could get it connect.
Yeah, and you're just about to get connected to whatever website you were trying to go on, and then somebody had phoned you. And it dropped the connection, or somebody had picked the phone up.
Yeah, I think my first computer was in the 80s. My dad went to some one of those property type thing where they try and get you to buy a timeshare thing, whatever.
Oh, right, yeah.
Cabin in the woods, whatever. And so whether you bought their property or not, they gave you a free Timex Sinclair 1000. Let me find a picture of it. Black and white, had a tape cassette, just like the Commodore,
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Was it the Sinclair ZX Spectrum as well? Was that the color one?
I don't know. Here,
that was the ZX Spectrum.
I taught myself BASIC on it.
Yeah.
and I ported my first game, a video game. Yeah, I don't know if you remember the old Atari 2600s.
Yeah.
They had ET was the worst video game ever made. I loved it. So I ported ET from the 2600 onto this little Timex computer. That was my first
Mm.
program. 8 years
We've
old.
progressed a long way, haven't we? We've gone a hell of a long way since then.
Oh yeah, and I'm crazy. I've been on the forefront ever since. If you want to talk about computer stuff, somebody let me know.
Well, just a quick one then. Do you think we'll slow down? We're getting to the point where progression is going to get a bit slower because, like I say, just over my lifetime, the jump in technology is massive. It's been a really, really fast jump. Do you think that jump is now going to start slowing down, or do you think we still have a possibility of still making these big leaps in technology?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. Are you familiar with Ray Kurzweil's technological singularity? He calls it.
No, I'm not.
All right, that's the first thing I'd point to. But and he's a little eccentric, but he's been more right often more than he's been wrong so far. But the market answer even is something called a technological S curve. If you want to look that up later, where
Right.
that would be the only thing that slows technology down. Well, it doesn't slow technology gains down, but it does slow what we would see in the markets. So the S curve, it's literally like a big S. If you imagine an S in the sky or whatever. When new technology first is developed, it starts off kind of slow, like a slow rise ramp on the bottom side of the S, and then
Yeah.
as more people learn about it and it becomes a little more popular, whatever, it starts to rise, of course. And then there's a point where the market starts to catch on to it. So some will argue it goes backwards a little bit. So more people get involved, more people try to make alternative designs, patents start running out, things like that. And so the technology kind of regresses a little bit, like you're thinking. And then after a while, it goes back again and gets even more advanced to the point where, and then it gets eventually to it's saturated, where there's no more gain, and it starts to become obsolete. And so tech companies they'll find the next revolutionary technology gain to make the next S curve with, as they call it. And so there's some planned basically obsolescence and planned slowdowns, as you put it, just to help make an extra buck.
Yeah.
So and the semiconductor industry itself is probably one of the worst. It's the most cyclical industries, as they call it out there, because we'll literally just waste hundreds of millions and billions of dollars sometimes, and it seems like every 2 years at least. We'll think we've got the latest and greatest chip design, whatever. We'll go and mass produce all these wonderful chips, thinking we're going to make all these gains in the markets, and then all of a sudden something shifts, some new design, whatever, and so you got billions of dollars worth of product you can't sell. So microchips that used to be $100 something a chip are like $2 now. So gamble. So
yeah. Well, I suppose all technology and advancements are gamble. Because something like you say, some things can come out of date, or even not. Something will supersede it before you've got yours fully in development. Something else might come along, and I suppose it's just popped into my mind there. I suppose when it came back before the motor car, obviously you had your horse and carts and stuff like that. You could have different developments in carts, and somebody at the time might have been thinking, "Oh, if I do this, I can make this cart really good, really comfortable and all that lot." And then suddenly the motor vehicle comes along, and it's totally scuppered your new idea for this new cart that was going to go on at the back of a horse. But then you might have to try and adopt that so that it would fit the motor vehicle, I suppose.
Let me see if I can show a quick example. But you're right. And everybody complains, what about the horse manure collection industry? What about the, all these other industries are going to go obsolete? All these jobs, you're going to lose all these jobs because, Yes, that's a real basic, dumb as rudimentary chart. These get really complicated. So this is the basic idea, if you see
Yeah, it does make sense, yeah.
Yep. So in that sense, technology will slow down. But as far as the technology base itself, that does not slow down. See if I can find a quick singularity. The way Kurzweil talks about it, and he's a big time Google guy now. Hold on, let me find the charts, all the nasty stuff. that the technology base is going to continue to increase logarithmically,
Yeah.
where it's going to accelerate to the point where it seems like technology is advancing nonstop, and even tech guys like me won't be able to keep up with it. So it's going to be annoying. And the big question mark is how close are we to that singularity event? Because I mean, I could share other examples. Are you familiar? Are you familiar with what's called the Oculus Rift?
No.
Let me see if I can. It's a popular gaming console. How would you spell Oculus? Oculus. Can't spell.
Right. Yeah. I don't bother with gaming stuff. I've not.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just trying to show. It's a virtual reality headset, basically.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if I can find a quick demo or not, but yeah. So this is the latest and greatest, for gaming systems out there. And there's other models, other brands or whatever competing stuff, but that's basically it, right? And it's really cool. It's really fascinating. You have little controllers and stuff, to do all kinds of fun stuff. But this is ancient technology right now.
Yeah, I could imagine shortly you'll be able to literally probably put a suit on, which would work.
Right. Let me share an example from an old job. Actually, it's my first job when I finished my software degree for a private research development company for the Army, for RDECom. This is before I was hired.
Right.
That's Cal. The hippie guy in the foreground is what's the guy's name? I forget. It's hard with an R. Ray. But anyway, so yeah, he's wearing a $40,000 wireless mocap suit. Basically, this is for development for the military, for training. And so your body, every single movement you make, your fingers, your toes, your hands, everything, every limb, your head, your voice is all digitized, or it's all mimicked, or you can control your virtual avatar. Yeah. And so this has been, of course, this is a decade old now. This has been, I can't show the new stuff, but they've got, they don't use regular goggles anymore, like we do for video games today. They use like a kind of like a Google Glass type apparatus where you see through it. So it's augmented reality now. So not only is your body completely, you're a full avatar, body control, but what you see in the game environment is, you can see it both in the game and outside of the game. So you can put artificial intelligent controlled agents, combatants or whatever. You can put vehicles, aircraft, everything, buildings. It is literally like cyberpunk, or like,
That's it. There's very little delay on that. I'd say the delay on that is probably under a second.
Oh yeah. That's how I got hired. I was still finishing my degree, my senior project, and they were starting to recruit me, and they asked me to, most software companies, they give you a little code snippet, a little problem to solve, see how good you are. And the problem they wanted me to solve was they gave me this, it was like a 50-something line code, mostly if-then statements of translated. So they had what's called the Viking boot system that was using for the feet momentum to control the environment, when you move your feet. And they had a very imprecise calculation basically to translate those movements, the kinetic movements, into the game environment. And again, it was just mostly, just clunky if statements. And so I figured out how to reduce that 50-something line of code into 3 by just making a division and then using the modifier. I don't know if you're familiar with code now. There's a way to use a mod command, the remainder of the divisor, and you can to do the same exact thing with more precision. So, but it more than like, it was a 10-fold improvement to their accuracy and their speed for the input. So yeah, so they're like, okay, you're hired. So, it was fun.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, I'm gonna have to jump off because I thought I'd just jump in just for a bit. But
sure.
Yeah, I think
it's a pleasure. I appreciate it.
For me. Oh right, yeah. I've got. I thought I've got a parcel delivered, but no. Eric's at the door for me, so I'm gonna have to shoot off.
Yes, sir. Yeah, in the gaming industry, we call that wife aggro, just so you know.
No, okay.
The wife makes you get off the game. I appreciate you stopping by, sir. You have a good one.
Yeah, no worries. I'll catch you on the next one, Joel.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
See you later. Bye.
Alrighty. Yeah, as always, I love Paul. He's a perfect example of how we all should get along, no matter how much we might disagree on something. There's something he said earlier too that caught me about how people don't care to talk about religion, whatever, and I'm sure a lot of Christians might find that offensive. You were supposed to present the gospel. I don't disagree with that either, but it reminded me, Jesus saying that if someone wants to refuse your message, he told his own disciples to shake the dust from your sandals and walk away. Don't be pushy. People don't want to hear. That's how Christians should be. That's what Christ said to do. So I wanted to recap on that real quick too. But yeah, I use that as a debate, whatever you call it, point for argument for how secular nations, quote unquote, never seem to exist outside of majority Judeo-Christian nations. So like the United States, United Kingdom, most of Europe, most of Western civilization, and even the most quote unquote secular nations out there, like Finland or Iceland. I hear a lot of people try to compare against. Finland and Iceland are still theocracies. They are technically, whatever you want to call it, they are bona fide full theocracies. In Iceland, they have a state-operated, state-owned Lutheran state church. And up until very, very recently, every Icelander had to, by federal law, had to pay a tithe tax. 10% of their income went to their church, the national church. And only recently they finally decided to change it so that you still have to tithe, you still have to obey God, but you can donate your 10% tithe to any church of your choice. It doesn't have to be their official state church anymore. So there's still a theocracy, and so they're now the current controversy I hear for the Icelander guys, and I love Iceland because not just because they have the CPP game company out there that makes EVE Online, which is one of the most phenomenal games ever invented, but a little bias there, but I still have my EVE account. But so now the atheists out there, they're creating their own quote unquote churches, which they've been doing forever. I show videos. In fact, I'll bring one up here while I'm talking about it. Atheism has always been a religion. That's something Paul and I disagree on, of course. But they exist, and so atheists and the wonderful secular nation of Iceland are creating their own churches, quote unquote, so they can justify giving their 10% tithe to their church, their choice of their religious organization. So there's a BBC article I share often. What happens at an atheist church? So yeah, they have services. They have quote unquote prayer vigils. They have doctrines. There are atheist religious doctrines. So it's fun. Anyways, point was that that even Christians, we're not supposed to be pushy about religion. In fact, secular nations can only exist, I think, with a primarily Judeo-Christian society, because Christ said, "Don't be pushy." So we always need to present the gospel. We need to present the truth. 1 Peter 3:15. Always be ready to give an answer for the hope that you believe, which is what Sir Francis Bacon started the Christian scientific method with. But if they don't want to listen, move on. Don't browbeat. Don't bully. Don't gossip. Don't just feel you're obligated to hold your own, Spanish or whatever Inquisition and call everybody a heretic. They might disagree with you on something. That's not Christ-like. Anyways. So yeah, I got a couple of viewers apparently still. So if, Cheryl, you guys are out there, y'all want to chat? I don't think I've ever heard you speak, Cheryl. If you're still out there. I saw something somewhere once. Who my viewers are. Okay. Apparently it's just me and one other person that's not showing. So, but anyways, what else can we talk about? Okay, let me see if there are any other live chats. Looks like praise stopped, but it is ridiculously odd hours for this side of the planet. Let's see here. Rocket Lab running out of toes launch. It's the smallest little rocket development firm in the world. How do you run out of rockets? You got little tiny rockets. The SpaceX Oh my gosh, my brain started to slow down. Starship, 160 feet tall, 16-story, and that's just the top part of it. There's another 200 and something odd feet first stage. Booster, giant. Oh, hallelujah. So yeah, posted on. Let me see if I can find it. I think this is it. Yep, posted on Professor Dave's channel earlier today or yesterday, I guess now technically, Friday. Got all kinds of lovely responses. Pure ad hominem, logical fallacy, blah blah blah, and fraud. What he claimed James Tor did, which he did actually. James Tor, I watched the clips that Professor Dave posts about Tor. Tor did not make ad hominem. He used a generalization, which is what you're supposed to do for logical debate or for arguments in general. This guy made a specific attack on a specific person and denigrated his character, which that is ad hominem. Whether it's true or not, Mr. Smokey and other crazy people out there, if you make your argument based on someone's personal characteristics, whether again true or false about their nature, their personhood, that is an ad hominem logical fallacy argument. People use to get away from and to create straw man fallacies against the actual argument. A person's personal characteristics are irrelevant when addressing an argument. So, of course, I got a bunch of hate speech, blah, blah, blah. This is where Nephilim is like, oh, wait, another Nephilim free subscriber. I haven't talked to Nephilim free in like a month until earlier, this evening. I called on his channel, said hi to him, spoke about an hour or two. He was talking about information science and the DNA code, which is my favorite topic, as LPP knows. But Professor Dave was like, "Did you even watch my video, or watching the second I got to the actual facts? Really pathetic." So I said, "The rest of your video only showed mythological fantasy-based hypotheses from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away." He's literally showing asteroids and fake make-believe ancient planet landscapes, cartoons, as I would call them, And so, yeah. Proving Dr. Tor's generalized critique of those who willfully prefer taking a fantasy-based hope and blind faith religion without science, as Albert Einstein described, atheistic worldview approaches to science. We use what we can repeatedly observe in front of us in real time, as per the Christian scientific method Bacon developed in order to test our hypotheses, as all fields of science require. Which further proves origin of life is not a field of science, given we can only apply software and hardware engineering principles in order to begin to understand the machine code language of nanotechnology factory processes within living cells today. He kept making all these appeal to authority fallacies, and unless your expertise is in origin of life, you can't have an opinion, which he doesn't have that expertise, but he has an opinion. Not that matters. Tor's automobile design analogy, that's the other thing he was criticizing, was amateur but accurate. I could use examples of my background in quantum chemistry and semiconductor and MEMS R&D, and as another example. But that would still be a poor example compared to the incredible artificial computerized technology design processes in life that are still light years ahead of our current technology base. Talking about that with Paul just a moment ago. There's all kinds of cool ideas out there that just, what little is publicly available is still old compared to what we can't talk about. So, and I was just saying about it, that you cannot recognize as you demonstrate because you are not qualified according to yourself to understand or be able to comprehend anything in science outside of what your cult preaches. The rationality of what is required to begin life is what causes atheistic worldview scientists who develop the science to these problems to become theists. So I quote Fred Hoyle. He is the founder of stellar nucleosynthesis. Hold on. Oh, that's me. Never mind. The part of the theory of the N and S process of how supergiant AGB stars go supernova and create the neutron, the sync phenomenon, whatever you want to call it, to allow light elements to collide into heavy elements, basically to create everything past whatever it is, iron or oxygen, or I forget what it is. But the whole idea of where heavy material or elements come from was Fred Hoyle's field. So everything that they pretend that they want to talk about is what Fred Hoyle developed. His panspermia theory that Dave used, the idea that meteorites or asteroids, whatever, seeded the Earth with life, much less everything else, all the chemicals. That's Fred Hoyle's design or theory again. And then, of course, he didn't call it the anthropic principle, but he still talked about it before it became the quote unquote official anthropic principle, which talks about that's origin of life, essentially. So he said a junkyard contains all the bits and pieces of a Boeing 747, dismembered and in disarray. A whirlwind happens to blow through the yard. What is the chance that after its passage, a fully assembled 747, ready to fly, will be found standing there, so small as to be negligible, even if a tornado were to blow through enough junkyards to fill the whole universe? In other words, the guys that developed the science for the entire topic became theists because of their science. So catch up, please. And then, just complaining about everybody attacking me there instead. So fun times. I got lots of other Hoyle quotes that go into my mind now, but get the point. What else we got? Mr. Mr. What's his name said I proved him right about something, but now I don't see. There he is. Basement Dweller. This is the genius that asked me to explain the science of prostitution last night. Proved his point. Apparently I worship Einstein and science. So I made the point. I made a nice, long, fun. There you go. He's calling people gossiping cows like Smokey. There are these smoky freaking gossip weirdos. Joel's not a fellow brother in Christ. He as God is his science and Savior's Einstein. Does an atheist deny God's science? A little science estranges a man from God. A lot of science brings him back. So yeah, science makes people turn into Christians. That was Sir Francis Bacon, established the formal scientific method. The more I study science, the more I believe in God, Mr. Einstein. I believe that the more thoroughly science is studied, the further does it take us from anything comparable to atheism. If you study science deep enough and long enough, it will force you to believe in God. Mr. Kelvin established the laws of thermodynamics. And of course, all the science denier, the evolutionists, whatever you call them, atheists out there, all the old earth creationists, whatever, they love to talk about thermodynamics. And guess what, guys? Thermodynamics proves God exists, according to the guy that developed thermodynamics, or at least established the group of laws for him. Robert Millikan, first to determine the charge of the electron, said, "This much I can say with definitiveness, namely that there is no scientific basis for the denial of religion, nor is there, in my judgment, any excuse for a conflict between science and religion." Ryan, or whatever your name is, basement dweller. For their fields are entirely different. Men who know very little of science and men who know very little of religion, including Christians, do indeed get to quarreling, and the onlookers imagine that there is a conflict between science and religion, whereas the conflict is only between two different species of ignorance. Mr. Einstein said, "No one can read the Gospels without feeling the actual presence of Jesus." So yeah, I agree with Einstein. My religion is based on Moses. What? Moses? Moses preached the Abrahamic, or however you pronounce that word, God of the Bible. How dare Albert Einstein, the atheist, base his religion on the Bible, the God of the Bible. Love God and love your neighbor as yourself. And for me, God is the first cause. Me too. David and the prophets knew that there could be no love without justice or justice without love. That's the gospel, ladies and gentlemen. God is in his perfect justice, still loved us, sacrificed himself so that we can be with him. There can be no love without justice or justice without love. I don't need any other religious trappings. Amen. Non-denominational Christianity. I used to be a Baptist. I think I've been to every church type there is now. Except I have not been to a Jehovah's Witness church yet. I don't think. I've talked to plenty of them. I've won plenty to the Lord. I got kicked out of a Mormon's church because I asked too many questions, quote unquote, which was fun. But yeah, the Church of Christ, AOG, Pentecostal, you name it, man. I went to a Lutheran church once because a friend of mine, when I was younger, wanted me to go to some youth lock-in youth group event they had. And at the end of the youth group thing, they had their Sunday morning service. I literally cried in the pew because it was, because I was, still brand new to the Lord. I was very much in love with God, and I could not feel God in that church at all, to the point I was weeping. He was so devoid of the Spirit. So, anyways, I know all that stuff. That's why I don't care about theology. I just want to know the Lord. Like Einstein. For ever since the world was created, people have seen the earth and sky through everything God made. They can clearly see His invisible qualities, His eternal power, and divine nature. His invisible qualities, ladies and gentlemen. So they have no excuse for not knowing God. It's Paul, Romans 1:20. Mr. Einstein quoted Paul. He said, "It is enough for me to contemplate the mystery of conscious life perpetuating itself through all eternity." That is Einstein believing in eternal life like a Christian. To reflect upon the marvelous structure of the universe, which we can dimly perceive. That's Paul, 1 Corinthians 13:12. For now, we see through a dark mirror dimly. And to try humbly to comprehend what an infinitesimal part of the intelligence manifested in nature. Romans 1:20. God's invisible qualities. Human beings, vegetables, or cosmic dust, we all dance to a mysterious tune intoned in the distance by an invisible piper. Player, musician, whatever. Einstein loved playing his violin because he said it made him seem like he was playing in tune with God, maintaining the intelligent design of the universe. Einstein's an intelligent design physicist, theist. And then really poked the, what do you call it, with the Spinoza quote. People say, Joel's an idiot. Spinoza wasn't a Christian. Well, saying that Christ was the way to salvation, that's a Christian exclusive statement as far as my exegesis goes. And he said more than just the fact that Christ is the way of salvation. Spinoza, often accused of being a pantheist, that everything is God, said the opposite. Spinoza said that God speaks to people, communicates immediately with man. What? God is separate from His creation. God talks to His creation. For without the intervention of bodily means, He communicates to our minds His essence. Still, communicates our minds? Spinoza, you're crazy. Still, a man who can by pure intuition comprehend ideas which are neither contained in nor deducible from the foundations of our natural knowledge must necessarily possess a mind far superior to those of his fellow men. Nor do I believe that any have been so endowed save Christ. What? Christ? I thought you're supposed to be a Jew, Spinoza. You're supposed to be an unbelieving Jew. To him, talking about God, Jesus, the ordinances of God leading men to salvation were revealed directly, without words or visions, so that God manifested Himself to the apostles. Jesus is God, according to Einstein and Spinoza. And everybody says, Einstein believed in Spinoza's God. Well, who's Spinoza's God? Jesus Christ. God is Christ, manifested Himself to the apostles through the mind of Christ, as He formerly did to Moses through the supernatural voice. He's a Judeo-Christian, Messianic Jew. In this sense, the voice of Christ, like the voice which Moses heard, may be called the voice of God. Amen. And it may be said that the wisdom of God, i.e., wisdom more than human, took upon itself in Christ human nature. Gee, what a Christian thing to say. And that Christ was the way of salvation. So all these critics basically disagree with Spinoza. All these Christian critics say that Spinoza, they disagree with Spinoza that Christ was the way of salvation. So that's that fun little thing. So yeah, that was my majority of my thing today. I had some fun sharing some stuff on Facebook. Oh gosh. Yeah. See, these just hypocrites. These are all Ryan's a ex-Smokey, whatever you called him. What you called him? Forget. Bah. Smokey agent, I guess. I think that's refined. Yeah. That guy used to attack the heck out of me too back when Smokey was in full push mode. His push phase. So yeah, I guess Ryan broke free. Well, I think it's because Smokey started criticizing and abusing Ryan too, as they always do, as abusive groups always, cultists always do. Start feeding on each other. So yeah. What else I got? I am guessing all the same people are either enjoying their Saturday afternoon or sleeping. So yes, my sanity is in question. What do I want to talk about? Let's see. Let me see if there's any cool SFB mods YouTube stream. Mr. Paul Ross. Why seeing is not believing. Love that guy. Remembering day. Sergeant not in the military. Cold Case Christianity. Jay Warner. He's an excellent, excellent apologist. Another primary example where a professional who had some scientific training background, as in his particular field, it was historical forensic science as a cold case detective for the LAPD. Oh, his wife was Christian, but they just they didn't let that get between their marriage apparently somehow, and started having children together, and they started having conflict whether or not they're going to let their kids go to church or not. So Mr. Wallace decided to examine the claims of the Bible to see what it was. Actually, he said it was a pastor at his wife's church that challenged him, or he didn't even challenge him. He said he just haphazardly just mentioned that Christ was a genius about something, right? And that's Wallace. He's an intellectual type kind of guy. He's like, that sparked his interest. Plus, he didn't want to have too many conflicts with the family, so he decided to start to study up on the gospel. And he stuck strictly to the gospels, and he's literally said that his forensic scientific background as a forensic scientist, basically, professionally in the police force, police department, court certified, whatever you want to call it, reading the Gospels, including all of the alleged errors and just the differences, is it says that's exactly what they look for in forensic science. So the Bible made him a Christian. The evidence, the scientific evidence in the Gospels made Mr. Wallace a Christian and started an international Christian ministry. So yeah. Mr. Tor talking at Rice University. I used to go to Rice University. Took a couple of classes, and I used to be back when, especially when I was a big gamer. Back in the the 80s? No, early 90s. Sorry, yeah, early 90s, and just before computer games were much less the internet. We still were on BBSs and stuff like that. We had FidoNet, but yes. And so we had tabletop games, and I didn't really care for like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff that was popular. I liked Starfleet Battles, which is like the most epic tabletop game simulation you can ever play. The full rule book is about 6 inches thick. It's awesome, but half the game is spent lorrying, however you pronounce that, the words of the rules. And so anyway, so they'd have game conventions, back in the day, and people bring all their games, and there's just hundreds of people, now it's Comic-Con or whatever comic thing, but game conventions have kind of died off, I guess. But back then they were big things, and so that's Rice University would host those. Met a lot of really good friends. But anyways, so went to University of Houston. I'm Houstonian. I grew up and was raised in Houston. So I started my chemical engineering degree at University of Houston. It's supposed to be the best chemie degree on the planet back in the day. But it's frustrating because I was already doing quantum chemistry, for Texas Instruments down there, their HFAB research development fab that was there in Stafford area in Houston. and I got hired straight out of the military, so I got hired without a degree, and I was supposed to be a senior, quote unquote, what was it, technical something, TGCM, total management, whatever, engineer position, level 3 or whatever. I was a senior engineer guy at the ripe old age of like 24 or so, and it's just God put me in the right place at the right times, I guess. I literally sat in their second floor admin office for like a month. Me and this other guy, they got hired at the same time, and they're like, "Here, there's like 500 manuals on all this stuff, right?" They're like, "Read these manuals. We'll get back to you." And you're like, "What?" So we literally sat there every day for a solid month straight, just randomly reading through manuals, and I got to the point where I got so bored. I broke out the old AutoCAD program, started doing some projects of my own, some of the stuff, and one of the other engineers would come in there, and I'll be like, "What are you doing?" Just start bugging everybody. I mean, if you just follow what you're doing, they're building a gas panel, whatever they're trying to design, or whatever. And so, but eventually, started hanging out down in what they called the acid dock, right? So they had the area on the first floor that had where all the gas and chemicals would come in from all the different vendors across the planet. And so that's where all the titration experiments, so when the chemicals come in for microchips and MEM stuff, you have to, they've got all this, DOT rated stuff, the molecular quality and so that they're graded, you got, 30% H2O2, hydrogen peroxide, 100%, 100% sulfuric acid. You got all these different ratings of these ultra pure chemicals used for microchips, and they're certified, they're NIST traceable, all that good stuff, but they're not always, trustworthy. So we have to retest them. And it's a very painstaking process, especially when you're testing in bulk. And so that's what the acid dock is for. And it's not just for acids; it was for gases. And we had this special room for like arsenic. Had a special cabinet. It was like, I had like 3 different layers of locks on it. It was ridiculous. It was this weird process to get the arsenic chunk out. Palladium, all those precious metals, all this fancy stuff, right? So I'm sitting down in the acid dock in their little office area there too. We had it's called a SCADA system, supervisory control and something administration. What's it called? Detection? SCADA. Basically, it's a software that ties all the machines in a manufacturing thing into one computer or one network. They gets put into like a client server based computer that you can see all of your machines and all your outputs. So you'll have like gauges and regulators and pressure values and stuff of all your stuff around the factory. And so they had that for this microchip fab. And you need to, because things explode if you don't keep your eyes on it and kill people. So, and again, I'm just this kid, fresh out of the military still, fresh out of high school. And they were upgrading their SCADA network from some old OST warp based network to the good old high speed. This is like in 2000 something, or 1999 actually, to a Windows NT kernel, right? And Windows NT was the latest and greatest back then. The old I am. And nobody cared. Nobody wanted to pay attention. I don't know if they were just scared of Windows or not. I don't know. But I was a computer geek, born and raised, super computer nerd. I was like, heck yeah. It wasn't even my job at the time, but I just sat there with those guys, and they didn't know that they were supposed to upgrade the system, install the new hardware, get the software all calibrated and all this stuff going. And they're supposed to train us on how to use it. I was the only guy that wanted to be trained, even though it wasn't my job. So I just sat there. They didn't give me nothing else to do. So I became the SCADA network expert, the SCADA administrator. Didn't even realize it. And that mothballed, that responsibility exploded, because again, it literally tied not only all of the gas and chemical machines up in the pipe space and in the third floor fab areas where the machine or the actual manufacturing machines are all doing the work, quote unquote. It tied to all the safety equipment, because we had all these gas and chemical detectors everywhere that would sniff the air literally, and then be tied into these fancy machines that could detect. So if you had like an silane, SiH4, or hydrochloric acid, all these deadly toxic chemicals, DCS, dichlorosilane, that if they leaked, or they started to get past the other barrier protections, whatever, including in these concrete freaking fortified, rooms. They had steel reinforced doors and whatnot. If they started to leak, they would let off these detectors. So all that was tied into all these wonderful RDAM type network stuff. What RDAM? Remote data acquisition modules. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I remember this stuff. This is 20-something years ago. And all tied to this computer system, right? And I learned it all. It was my baby. It was my boss's baby at first, but he's like, okay, he needs to give somebody else the baby. So I had to revamp all of the schematics, all of the floor plans for it throughout the whole building. I had to map out all the machines, again, second floor and third floor. I actually improved the network itself. We got some better digiport type stuff for, got like a 32 port, I think, serial connection, because we're also using multiple network protocols, not just the RS-232 and RS-45 and what was the other one, RS-44? Forget. But we had the special TI Unilink protocol. We had all these different, I forget how many dozen plus protocols across all these different mixed match of machines. So they all had to be tied and translated into that network. So anyways, that was a feat. I had to learn all that stuff, create my own drivers, big computer nerd. So that we could, and then we improved the system from there. So, because again, it was basically an early warning system. So not only did it measure all the pressures and regulators and stuff like that, the high and low stuff, so that if like a chemical supply was starting to run low, it would alert. When we actually spent, oh gosh, the memories. We spent a lot of time trying to agree on the latest and greatest alarm noise, because again, it gets loud, and so when your alarms go off, you want it to be loud so people can notice it, but not annoying, So we had to make this fine-tuned balance of loud but not annoying. So, and everybody had their 2 cents. I remember the design that lasted long was like anyway, a whole other thing. But anyway, so and of course, if things got dangerously low or dangerously high, you wanted to be alert to it and log it, and make sure you don't, kill people. But only that, it also recorded, 24/7, all of the measurements and stuff like that, which we were, me and this other guy were able to use statistical analysis software, SAS, to basically create a giant database of these massive readings, which reminded me of another old memory. Oh my gosh, I used to kind of sort of not argue, but some of the old school guys, they wanted to do a daily, sometimes twice daily, just take a printout of all of our data points for the pipe space and take a clipboard on paper and just go through every single cabinet, every single PLC, output thing, and manually write down what the pressure was, once in the morning shift, once in the night shift. It's 24/7 operations. And I was like, but the computer does it. The computer does it every second and every millisecond, and it keeps a constant track of it in real time. Why do you need a paper trail? I had a thing, and my boss said we finally agreed, because I was also the SOP guy. We got a ISO certified, and so I was one of the SOP staff guys. So we made the procedure. Look, you don't need to do it on paper. You can if you want. Here's the procedure and how to print the stuff out, so you can go do it. But the SCADA system does it for you. So, anyways, we took that wonderful, massive amount of big data of all the measurements across the whole plant, whole facility, and we're able to do statistical analysis on it to try to literally read the future or predict the future. So, because one of the data points was against those chemical titration, there we go, things was to test the quality. You had parts per million, part per billion type things for contamination, for particulates, for mixture stuff, whatever. Because when you mix the chemical, especially for like the wet and dry etch plasma etching machines, where you're literally making quantum plasma streams, as hot as the sun. You want to make sure your dopant, and as much as the rest of the machines, you want to make sure your dopant material is as pure and as accurate as possible, right? Because it was difficult to not make mistakes, to scrap hundreds of millions of dollars of wafers, But anyways, so all the titration stuff was included with all of that massive data stream of pressure points and stuff, regulation. Anyways, we were able to do statistical analysis. We had a bunch of math, and we started with just a few because it's a lot of work, but it took like a year or two, but we ended up getting over 300 different data points. So that and you start, basically you create averages, high and low points, whatever, of all the data streams, so that the computer, the math, can start to predict, hey, the particle count of such and such is starting to rise a little bit. And then so that you match it with other variables. And so you can basically try to predict, it's still, voodoo, it's mathematical voodoo, but you try your best to predict the future of when you see a rise of particle counts and other things, to predict when and where a machine component is starting to break down. Whether it's somewhere at the source point, at the acid dock, whether it's somewhere in the pipe space, or at any given machine upstairs. And you can calculate that. And some streams and some data flow things were more accurate or more easily predictable than others. But the point was that that was a huge project. We added that to the daily flow of things so that we can basically try to find problems before they happen, essentially. Early warning system, like I said. It was much more than just raw data. So anyways, that was fun. And anyway, so I did all this stuff, and next thing I know, I'm being taught how to run what's called a mass flow controller calibrations lab. So every tool machine upstairs that actually makes the wafers, it's called an MFC. And basically it's just a real super high-tech valve. That's all it is. And I think I explained the details of it in one of my other streams, but it basically measures gas flows down to the standard centimeter per minute. Most other industries have like the standard liter per minute, but in semiconductors, you do it in the centimeters. And especially for like gases like hydrogen and such, where it's a double element of smallest element, on the periodic table. It gets very, very difficult to regulate at those. And so we had some 2 skim, they called it hydrogen meters. It's literally controlling gases at the molecular level, which is very difficult to do with hardware. So, because the metal itself has to try to regulate these molecule size. Anyways, fun stuff. And so I got trained in that by Navy nuke guy. What was his name? Dave. It was Dave or David. Oh my gosh. I love that guy too. He was working on his chemical engineering degree at the same time. His master's at U of H. He's one of the guys that was trying to encourage me to start my degree, even though I was already doing the work. And so that's what I'm saying. I started doing all the, not just the MFC stuff. They started giving me my own multi-million-dollar lab budgets. Hey, Joel, let's upgrade your lab. Like, what? Okay. So they just gave you carte blanche. They're like, yeah, you design it. Okay, all right. So I got to pick my gases. I picked my surrogate gases. I designed my own clean hood. Yeah, man. I had my own mold blocks. I had everything. It's a lot. It's a pretty penny. I was a kid. It's in my 20s. No degree. And finally all of the guys were like, I was helping with the so running the MFC labs got me into working with the physicists and the other scientists themselves. So we had multiple sections, whatever, and every division or whatever department had their own little silo of engineers and scientists. And I'd go up there, it started with just bringing their MFCs to them, because as I was running the lab, I would calibrate it, get it perfect, and then just bring it to them so they didn't have to come and get it. Because normally you have to send that stuff outside of the, facility somewhere, like across state or country. And so it gets bumped around a lot, and travel and the wonderful mail system. So when they come back, they're usually not calibrated, especially when you're so that was a research and development fab. Normally, most semiconductor fabs, like in Silicon Valley and in Dallas, they have what they call production fabs. So they have a lot more tolerance for error. They're not so precise. there's an easier fudge factor. So in the R&D fab, though, we're learning stuff from scratch. We're actually developing the new S curve, projects that you can't do in a production fab. So our tolerances were basically literally humanly impossible, but we figured it out anyways. And so I'm starting to do MFCs for everybody, and so all these guys, scientists, they're like, "Hey, Joel, what do you think about this problem?" Because they assumed that since I did the MFC work, I knew how the rest of the stuff worked, and I did. I just learned, it's not rocket science. And the next thing you know, I'm doing the equations, I'm helping them, calibrate the machines and do the math. I was doing the diffusion stuff, I did the litho stuff, the plasma etch stuff. So I was only there total for like 6 years, but I literally did everything in microchips, everything. One of my best friends there he was the telecom director. I used to hang out with him because he was just cool. He was this older guy. He had like a 6 foot long something or 5 foot long. He was basically almost to his feet, ponytail that he kept every day. He was gray hair. He was real quiet. He never talked to anybody, but him and I loved to talk. He would talk to me. He taught me so much crap just to hang out with it. I was not doing telecom back then, but I knew because I did S2 in the military, and I've always been a computer guy. I used to be the sysop of like 300 different BBSs back when I was a kid. So I knew all the stuff, and I guess that's why, he let me hang out with him so much. I don't remember actually helping him. He showed me like wiretap stuff and just he'd give me little pointers about stuff, but we'd just talk, hang out while I was waiting for something else or whatever. And anyways, I did everything in that place. Ran the SCADA network. I was the SCADA administrator. I was on the staff for the total quote unquote gas chemical team department. Helped run all the processes. I was the universal go-to guy. I was the ISO manager, or not manager, but certainly one of the whatever we call people. So when ISO came through to do their thing, I was the dude. I was one of the dudes. Oh, hallelujah. So yeah, blabbering about that more. Yep. Memory after memory after memory. Love it. My second MFC lab was literally, they had a cage closet, like a chicken wire reinforced, it wasn't chicken wire, it was like a thicker gauged wire in the pipe space on the second floor. It was just for boxes. It's just storage, right? Just whatever equipment. Because again, on R&D, you're constantly getting new machines in and mix matching with old machines. It's literal research. We're at the bleeding edge where stuff for microchips and the micro machine stuff has never been done before. So we're literally at the seat of our pants in science, doing things that just no one's thought of yet, and we're doing it, right? And so just stuff, you're constantly changing stuff. It's just, and so that was one of the little temporary storage areas for some of them. That's what they decided to give me for my second lab. And they took out all the wiring, or the little cage stuff, and put in the foot thick, concrete cedar walls, painted it all nice and white. Gave me a positive and a negative pressure clean room vents. And that was my little nook. Loved it. Kept trying to train some of the other guys to do that, but they, every once in a while they would, but we always end up just blabbering and talking, and they never really learned. I don't think they were interested. That's the catch with all this fun stuff. You got to be interested. You have to be interested in science and technology to get ahead into it. You can't just go to school or just say, I want to do this. You can't pigeonhole yourself in any particular discipline. If you want to get ahead and you want to do the real fun stuff, you have to be multidisciplinary. You have to do it all. You have to want to do it all. It has to be your passion. And speaking of passion, so that's my other way I like to evangelize to people, that when the Lord says delight yourself in Him, He will give you the desires of your heart. That's literally what happened. I delighted myself in the Lord, and He knew that my fun is in science and technology. I've always been a super nerd, a mega nerd, as my kids call me. And He blew my socks off. He put me in places that I don't think I should have been in. I was not quote unquote qualified. I didn't have the education. I was always getting my education after the fact, after doing the job professionally. So anyway, I started going to U of H to get my chemistry degree, right? And I got the first 3 years done, started in my senior classes. I already got all the chemistry done. I got all the biology done, all the crap. And I started getting into the deep stuff. And I was telling my professors that the stuff that they were teaching us, this newest stuff, that they're all happy and proud of showing us. I told them, again, I was still a kid. Excuse me, professor, but this is stuff that we haven't used in over 20 years. This is what a litho processor, this quantum physics, calculation, little cheat sheet thing, whatever, this Finoman model thing, whatever, that's quote unquote taught in schools. We don't use those anymore. And they would, someone get upset at me. They're like, "Who are you?" And I wasn't trying to be rude. And then then half the professors loved the heck out of me. They're like, "Oh yeah, what are you guys doing today?" I was like, "Well, I can share this is what I can tell you that they won't violate my non-disclosure agreement." And basically, I was either teaching their classes for them, and some of them were offering, "Yeah, Joel, you want to help teach this?" I'm like, "No." but yeah, I wasn't learning anything. It was literally, that's my first stab into higher education, quote unquote, that taught me what Elon Musk says today, that going to college, you can't learn anything in college anymore for science. It's all obsolete. It's all 20 years old now. It's plus all these wonderful atheist professors out there and people like to appeal to their accomplishment logical fallacies. Well, your stuff is old, buddy. Talk about it? Of course you don't. See, I'm not a scientist, but they won't talk to me about the science that I've done and do. But anyways, what else can I blabber about for fun? Blabber while I wait for somebody to pop in. So yeah, transferred all those credits into my DeVry degree. My second degree was in computer science, the game and simulation programming bachelor's, as Mr. Bob Agatha, who calls me a liar now. That was very disappointing, Bob, especially when it was so easy to prove you are wrong. But regardless, I did that degree because that was one of my bottlenecks for my own R&D, was having to wait for the metallurgy guys and the CNC guys and the computer simulation guys. We had to set up these simulations and stuff, networks and stuff for our R&D, proof of concept stuff that, took a long time. And, even though I knew what they were doing, I was already a coder. I've always been a coder, but I knew what they were doing and how to do it. It wasn't fast enough. And it wasn't, because they were, they had to prioritize their work too, which I understood, but it was frustrating. You had to put your own projects on hold and change all your slack, as they call it in project management, to gear towards other people's projects. And so I was like, dude. In fact, the other onus, well, that's another story. But one of my favorite engineer guys that I respected was a DeVry grad, and he's one that because I was real reluctant hearing all these things about DeVry as a diploma mill. It's private schools. They're just whatever, a waste. But he was a DeVry grad. And I was like, wait a minute, what? You're a DeVry grad, and you're this awesome? What? And yeah, I guess I'll touch on that too. So I talked to the HR vice president of the company. Wonderful lady. I love that she just let us walk in her office just to talk. Most executives aren't so talkative. But she asked a question about, hey, what do you think about DeVry? And all these rumors about how bad private schools are, And her answer was short and sweet. She said that she thought that if a company wouldn't hire somebody because they went to DeVry, they're probably not a very good company to work for. I was like, okay, thank you. Oh, I did not expect that answer. But yeah. So I went to DeVry and to learn all the things I thought I didn't know, which it turned out I did, but I guess it was practice to do my own simulations, my own R&D, my own physics, my own science, so I could make my own models. I don't have to wait on the R&D guy, the simulation project guys. I can do it myself. Add my own. When you do project management, you select assets. There's other words for it, for your people and your time. your resources, they call it. So I could use myself. The project manager is the simulation resource as well. So yeah, which is usually a very, very expensive resource for time and budget. But I did it myself, so I didn't have to I didn't have to calculate that for my budget. It's almost cheating, but I love it. So, anyways, so I can do everything computer wise simulation. I can write a real time engine environment from scratch. In fact, that's what my senior project was. We're supposed to team up and just decide on a program to make. And most project, it'd be cool to talk to Bob about it if he can be cool. What his senior project was, but ours was we made a game engine from scratch. We started using DirectX and some other dark GDK type libraries, but we ended up just making our own runtime stuff, our own HMI and all kinds of things. And it was really fascinating because it was cool. We broke up. It was a whole class effort. We broke up into different teams. We had like the graphics core team. We had the asset management team. We had the sound management team. All these different, we had like, I don't know, 8 or 9 teams or whatever. And I was the team lead for the graphics core engine side. So which was the toughest part, of course. We were basically, so, and there was a event handler core that would actually manage all the different resources, stuff across all the different other cores. So we were still one core of many, but still everything was designed to make sure that it was, focused for the graphics core, because that's the actual output is the graphics. But so I literally wrote a game engine from scratch. It needed improvement. We only had a semester to do it in, but we did it. It was pretty fun. And our first quote, we made a game with it. It was it was really dumb. It was some sort of wizard, and it was like a role-playing thing. Like a knight fighting, so that one player could be casting these fireballs, the other player swing a sword. We had a little terrain mesh generator and stuff. So it was very rudimentary. But these other game studios out, these professional game studios, they'll spend years and millions of dollars not starting from scratch. They'll start with an established game engine environment, and they'll improve on it. And so it's a lot of work. And we did it from nothing. We started to use cheats, but we ended up doing it. Anyway, so it was a very, very impressive project, I thought. So anyways, I can do everything. I can write a simulation, not just the simulation itself. I can do more than just the actual data and the scientific analysis of it. I do all the principles. I can do the core coding itself. I can create a simulation environment with machine language if I needed to, which I'll never need to. There's so much stuff out there, but I have the know-how. Like $6 million man, we have the know-how. We can rebuild him. Oh, hallelujah. That's how crazy Joel is. So with that was 2 degrees. I went into telecom. I met Mrs. Joel. I met the most awesome woman on the planet while still finishing that DeVry degree too. And moved to California with her. She came to Texas for a little while, then we moved back to Texas, or California, I mean. And didn't know anybody, didn't have a network, was brand spanking new, didn't have a job. What was my first job there? I forget. Was it that Verizon job? I think it was that. I was doing a Verizon. Started as just regular customer support, and then got moved into tech support, and then got moved into their actual IT department. So I was an IT engineer for Verizon for a couple of years, I guess. And that was a phenomenal. I mean, I loved it. I did no idea. I never did customer service before. In fact, the only time I got close to doing customer service before that was when I first got out of the military, ETS, went back to Houston, no job, and started working at part-time. That's how I got hired at the microchip fab. I started working for they call it an air manufacturing facility there in the Houston Ship Channel in LaPorte, where they literally make air products. So all the liquid oxygens, the nitrogens, the hydrogens, the methanes, all the stuff that they sell in bulk across the company. You know, there's manufacturing places, facilities for that. So I worked at this place through a temp agency in their admin office, just doing admin work, right? Computer work, right? And they had some sort of lawsuit going on with some medical hospital chain because some trucker didn't clean, or he cleaned his hookup for his O2 tank to some hospital building, but he didn't clean out the cleaner, right? You're supposed to rinse it and stuff and do a purge and all that kind of stuff. So I guess he got lazy or tired or whatever. Forgot to purge his lines. And it's the cleaning solution stuff. It's completely non-toxic, right? It can't hurt you, but it has a smell to it. So patients are smelling the smell. Like, oh my God, it's tainted. People are gonna die. Which, you know, if it was something other than the cleaning agent, they might. But they're not gonna die. Nobody got sick, but they got a lawsuit anyways. So we had to go through, I forget how, like 10 years of back records or whatever, and most of that was not computerized at the time. They had these giant filing cabinets where they had to bring in for us. It was not fun, right? So me and my computer nerdness taught the office manager how we can process that, how we can digitize it while we, you know, do their little auditing thing that they were doing. Plus, my regular job for that was just, so the truckers, they had everything on these little Palm Pilot type things. This is like 1999, and they go off and they scan the truck, scan the product, and scan the truck again after it's done to tear the weight, you know, to show that the product was offloaded at X place, whatever, at the locations, whatever, you know, all the accountability stuff. And so when they get back from the field, they put their little Palm Pilot in a little kiosk that would automatically sync with the computer network and then download all their transactions. Which today it's all done by cellular technology, blah, blah, blah. But back then they had to physically dock it at a station. And so I managed all of that. You know, computer guy. Anyways, long story short, the office lady was like, Joel, you're too smart with computers. You don't need to be working here. I'm like, what? Excuse me. And they had a hiring freeze at the time. This is, what was this? 2000-ish? And it was right after the Clinton administration's little bubble they were talking about. And so the company was on a hiring freeze, quote unquote. So they were only hiring internally. So she cheated for me, I guess, a little bit. She looked up jobs for me on their internal company website, and then contacted my soon-to-be boss directly and say, hey, I got this guy in my office. You need to hire him. And so they started interviewing me. But anyways, so that's how I got into that. But what was I talking about? Oh, my first customer support service job. So while I was doing that job, it was like $10 an hour, which, you know, wasn't too bad, 2000, but it wasn't good enough. I wanted to do a second night just before. So I'm a single dad and stuff, but so I needed more work, more income, and started applying for every retailer job up and down the street, the main street where my parents lived, and wasn't getting any real bites at the time because, again, there was a big, you know, kind of economic downturn. Except Wendy's. Wendy's called me. Wendy's restaurant, and I'd never worked I worked briefly in my mom's church in their kitchen, but that's not, you know, for like 1 hour a week on Wednesdays, you know. But it's not exactly experience. But I got paid for it, but still, it was not restaurant worthy. So I applied for, you know, a regular entry level position, you know, just to have that second income. And the manager lady, awesome lady, started interviewing me, and she's like, "No, we can't hire you for crew. We have to hire you as an assistant manager." I'm like, "Excuse me." And so she started introducing me to all these corporate guys in suits downtown, and it was weird. Again, I was a kid, didn't know nothing, but apparently my military background enough was impress. She was getting all excited about it. She's a dark-skinned lady, and I love how excited they get. She's all, we have to hire you as a manager. I need you as my manager now. Blah, blah, blah. But anyways, they hired me with zero customer service experience. And then, but they wanted, I told them, I don't have any experience. I have no idea how to help manage a restaurant. And they're like, okay, fine. We'll let you act or work as a crew member for a day, be on a regular shift, blah, blah, blah. And so I worked as a crew member for a day in fast food to basically make sure if I wanted to be there, a starting assistant manager with zero experience. That's how crazy this was. And I hated it. Oh my gosh, I still had an army, my foot injury before God healed it 10 years later. Still active. And so I couldn't stand for more like half an hour before I was just in severe pain, right? It gets all bloody and swollen. It was terrible. And of course you have to stand in fast food, right? A lot of you stand all day, as a matter of fact. And so, and plus they gave me a salary that I didn't like either. That was like, sorry. So I turned that down. Anyways, so fast forward, I don't know how many years later. Dang. Going to California. This is Joel. And I get hired with Verizon and started with their customer support. And I aced it. Oh my gosh. So it was annoying because everything's metric based, right? Everything you have to, you guys have never been in customer service, especially for like cell phone stuff. You probably don't know this, but those that are in that service, you'll understand. Everything's timed. You're supposed to keep everything under 15 minutes. And you got to, hit all these different stupid things. You're not supposed to sound like you have a script, but you kind of do. It's all these rules, right? And Verizon was priding itself in having forget now, some consumer something blah 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 award index, JPL or whatever it's called. I forget, for like 5 years running straight, whatever, number one in the industry. Blah, blah. So we had all these rules. It took like 3 months training just to be a CSR for Verizon. You had 3 months solid training. It's more training than I had at freaking Texas Instruments. anyways, and all of your stats and your salary and everything, all your bonuses, whatever, were your promotions were based on your stats. How many 5-star customer support ratings you got, and how well you did your phone control, and blah blah blah. All this nonsense I hated because I did the job. I didn't care. It was just a temp job because I didn't have anything else lined up in California when I first got there. Right? I need something to do, pay the bills. And it was sad too because that was in Central Valley. It was like really bad economic times. It was in the middle of the Obama administration, and the lady that was my interviewer hired me. She had a master's degree in is it psychology or psychiatry? I forget. But she was a licensed clinician having to work for near minimum wage for Verizon because the economy was so crappy in that area. It was sad, We started an interview and I was like, she's like, I don't really need an interview, do I? I was like, I don't know, do you? So we're just talking about other things. It's pretty funny, but oh, these are some long-term memories. But anyways, fun times. So I sucked at my call management. I seldom to never. I mean, as well, I get like a 2-minute call or 7-minute call, but I sucked at maintaining 5 or 15 minutes or less because my mentality was I didn't need this job, right? And I'm going to be the person that I wished I could call when I called for something wrong with my phone, And so, yeah, I mean, I would spend an hour. So, in fact, this is, oh my gosh, memories. There's one time, so this elderly lady calls in. She's got an iPhone, and she couldn't get something to work right for her. I'm not an iPhone guy. What was it? Oh my gosh, what's that app? iTunes, where you have to download their special stupid app to be able to do anything for all your recorded. You buy songs and ringtones and all that crap. But you can't just download it on your phone and do it with like an Android. You have to go through their iTunes app, right? And she couldn't get her iTunes to work. She couldn't get her phone upgraded, all this kind of stuff. So, and she was not computer savvy. I don't know how old she was, but she was, and she needed help installing iTunes on her computer to get it connected to her phone to do all these other things that she had no clue with. And she just so happened to get the customer service guy that not only was a super computer genius, but love to help people. So not only am I helping this little, I'm literally waiting for her to download this software on top of just chit chatting with her and explaining. I answered all of her questions. And again, it was well over an hour, but it was at the end of the shift. So everybody, the entire, this is a facility with close to 1,000 people, usually 700 minimum staff, right? Giant call center. And the security staff are all that's left, literally standing across my desk, just standing there. And they didn't seem upset. I mean, they're obviously making, their presence was making a message like, hurry up, Joel. But they were smiling. They're like, okay, I guess they're getting paid overtime. Who knows? I don't know if I don't think I was getting paid overtime, but I didn't care. Anyways, long story short, I took the time and effort. I loved that. I didn't love the job because again, my supervisor was always getting on my nerves, and well, no, she was nice too, and she was all like, Joel, I know you could do better. She was trying to do her pep talk. She knew I was severely underemployed, but actually all of them. Anyways, long story short, so they promoted me despite my stats being terrible, but it was not interesting being. The cool thing about it, though, especially being when I got into the IT department, was that I got to get privy to things I'm not supposed to talk about. So, never mind. Anyways, the point was, that was the fun part of the job. I got to learn things behind the scenes for big telecom, big stuff, that all the conspiracy theories that people want to talk about are basically true, except 5G. 5G is harmless, but everything else is terribly true, unfortunately. Well, in fact, I was employed there when Snowden did his great wonderful thing, blink blink, which is a total nightmare. Because every other call was like, I know what you guys are doing with my phone. I'm going to find you and kill you. I'm like, excuse me. But anyway, so that was a whole other fun thing. Death threats, because I was spying on them through their phone when they were asleep, with the phone turned off, whatever. Anyways, fun times. And then, which Snowden was wrong. Snowden, he was a total fool. All he basically did was release classified information that was old. He gave some relatively updated, not really names, to specific programs that were ancient, things that were already public knowledge. Just they changed the names a little bit, try to counterintelligence type stuff, try to fool not just the civilian, whatever, the watchdog people, but the actual enemy. And that's all he did, was he just compromised known assets, known nomenclature for stuff that they just changed anyways. He didn't actually do any damage. So total fool. But he violated the law. God bless him for people, whether or not people think Snowden's a hero or not. He broke the law. He committed treason. That is a technical act of treason, which, if he had done something useful, I might support him. If he actually was trying to expose something about the dirty dastardly deeds of the government, democratic socialist fascists, as I call it, then yeah, but he didn't. He risked his life for nothing. Lost his girlfriend, lost his citizenship, all that for nothing. Literally. That's all in a story. Maybe let's talk about it some other time. Oh, Mr. Snowden. But so I was working for telecom, for big, what do they call it? What's the word now? For Verizon and iPhone, Apple people. What are they called? I was working for them when Snowden's crisis came down, so that was not fun. But regardless, I think my next job was doing a SCADA. It's a temporary contract. It's supposed to be a 6-month-long contract through a construction company that needed a SCADA installer because it was for some cow farm. It's like an hour outside of town, some farm, little small town. And they had this big, giant, ugly side that was doing the old school, old-fashioned cow processing that stunk to high heaven. And you had like about 100 or so seemingly non-legal laborers there that they built this brand new facility, big giant tall concrete tower building to upgrade. I think they were going to demolish the old one. That was almost 100%. It was like 90 something percent, 95, 96% automated. So full of machines, full of automated stuff, full of all kinds of VCDs and just all, it's just technology, all tied into a SCADA network. Supervisor control and what's the D stand for? Daggone it, I forget. Hold on, I gotta look it up real quick. SCADA. Come on, Wiki. What's wrong with you, Wiki? I don't care about William Kirby. Where's SCADA? Supervisory control and data acquisition. Thank you. All right. So all of their funny inputs and all their fancy machines tied into a network. And so I was the guy that helped connect the stuff to the network. Me and this one other guy. And we started programming machines, and we ran out of work because it was too easy. And we were taking our time. We were making the data centers and the data cabinets and all the IT stuff. We were making it dress for dress. And this guy he was more he was more of a perfectionist than I was. And I mean, it was like snazzy, in line. I mean, probably one of the nicest cabling jobs I've ever seen. So we took our time to make it not only right but perfect, and started running out of work. And so we started helping the construction crews pull the big cable stuff for all the power and the rest of the machines and stuff outside of the SCADA, and started running out of that. And so 2 months into the 6-month long contract, they're literally like, well, Joel, you're done. And they started talking about asking me to join their crew and go on to the next job somewhere like Minnesota or something. I forget. I don't know, somewhere else in the Midwest. And I was like, no, I'm stuck in California right now. They were trying to get me to move with them. But anyway, so it was fun. That was and the new facility, they showed me how it worked. We didn't get it fully operational, but we were testing it and stuff like that. And there's like over 100 people, poor humans that had to do all that nasty work, butchering and stuff and skinning and stuff. So they had like maybe 10, maybe a dozen of the most people do the same exact line jobs because the machines did it for you. I think like a human being was necessary for this like one section that did some of the skinning, where they would control where the blades would go. These little circular saws that for the most part were automated. They had all these sensors and all this stuff, whatever, do all these calculations, but they could make adjustments. You have that human extra skill to it. So I guess all those guys lost their job, but well, those are the kind of jobs I wouldn't wish on people, because you'd hold your nose across the parking lot so you wouldn't smell the other side. The other side was nice and clean. Sorry. It's supposed to be more humane too. The cows never knew what hit them, literally. But regardless, so that's how you get your hamburgers and your steaks. So I learned how they do it in a modern way. And then I forget what other jobs I did, but eventually got hired for Pelco. It was cool because, again, hiring freeze everywhere, but they were trying to get back to they used to have the world-class customer service, and they're slipping. So they're trying to get back to so they're hiring new customer support technical engineers, and like 4 of the guys on this like dozen-man team or person team, excuse me, had some ladies. We're also prior Verizon engineers, and they saw that on my resume. I guess, hey, let's hire this guy. And I was 4 guys hired together. Only 2 of us made it. The other 2 didn't make the cut after less than a year. So the guy did. What was his name? Started with the J. He ended up moving on to Hikvision. Anyways, so I learned all the deep dark secrets of video security, networking. So now how all our smartphones spy on us. I know how our cell phone company spy on us. Now I also know everything about how the security cameras all spy on us. So Maybe let's talk about conspiracy theories. Let me know. I am literally the guy that knows it all. But started doing R&D for that company too. That was fun. I was literally the go-to guy. Normally, they would give you other they would silo you that for that as well. Either you'd be one of the analog legacy type products, or some of the new digital products, or you'd be on like chat stuff, whatever, or you'd be on like the engineering team or on the enterprise level stuff, and that was like your job. That was your team, whatever. So I was one of the rare guys. I think, yeah, me and two other guys were everything guys. I'm always an everything guy apparently. And one of the everything guys got tired of it and went to just doing chat support. And they started to try to get away from their digital products, but they still kept a few analog products on legacy. And so the other do-it-all guy, the jack-of-all-trade guy, got focused into the analog legacy. It was kind of like his department, because he'd been there like the longest, like over 10 years or whatever, 20, almost was it 20 years? I mean, he'd been there forever, guy. And I was just one of the new guys, but they were going through layoffs. My boss tried to hire me to do his job. That was funny. We were talking one day about all the layoffs in the future, and how hard it was to find work in town. He wanted to go back because he was the supervisor for the not the shipping department, but some other department next to the shipping department. I forget what it was exactly, but it had something to do with development too. But anyways, he wanted to go back to do his old job, right? He didn't like the technical engineering side of it. And he's like, "You can do my job." I was like, "What?" I didn't expect him to say that because, I was still a kid. I wasn't quite management material in. Yeah, I didn't think. I guess he did. It's fine. I love talking to that guy too, because there's a couple of my fellow employees that didn't like me as much. I get a lot of guff here in his YouTube channel. These guys, oh my gosh, remember Mark? He was my worst. He was very arrogant, very very stuck up, kind of egotistical guy. Thought he knew everything. Dunning-Kruger effect, full effect, whatever. And he didn't like me because I would not obey his little rule that nobody made except him, that we were only supposed to help the customer at the minimum level. That we had to get off the call, get off the email, get off the support chain, and move on. Get on to somebody else and make the, go do something else instead of focusing on your customer, right? Typical call center mentality, I guess, actually, which we weren't a call center. We didn't have that was the cool thing about the job. We didn't have any timelines. We didn't have anything. The only restriction we had was when we did get a customer support request in, we had 4 levels. We had level 1, we basically broke. Oh, I think Mrs. Jill's getting up. We broke it up on the severity and how difficult it was. So like a level 1, you had to finish it with like a 24-hour, right? Level 2, you could take a few days or whatever. Level 3 was like a week. If you weren't finished within a week, you needed to call in extra resources. Hi. And level 4, it was so hard and difficult. You could just have to take how much time you want. I am blabbering to myself. Actually, I got 2 viewers now. Who am I blabbering to? It doesn't show me. All right. She walked by and just kind of looked at me like, "What are you doing at 6 o'clock in the morning?" What time is it? Yep, 6:39. What is it saying? And yeah, if anyone wants to criticize me for blabbering to myself for so long, I'm waiting for somebody else to want to chat. It's like filling the dead air. Hello. Good morning, meine Frau. Meine große Frau.
What?
Bist du meine Fräulein? Ich liebe dich.
I can tell you what German folks tell me when they see me. They say, "Hoo hoo, crazy noodle."
That's not German though. That's just Germans being awesome. Hoo hoo, crazy noodle.
Yes.
I love it.
I haven't seen her in a while. I hope she's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a good comeback for you. Ich bin eine crazy noodle.
I have no idea.
Dummkopf noodle. What's German for noodle? I don't even know.
I don't know
That might mess it up
She's
though.
mighty cute. I don't know where she came up with
You know,
noodle.
It's probably the German word for noodle is probably noodle. Let's look.
So cute.
Ay, ay, ay. Ich bin kein Noodle. Still crazy. You can own the crazy, right? It's not a noodle.
You haven't even seen me in the game yet.
I know. Well, yeah, I've seen you.
No, you should like be in there.
She's guzzling
Water.
chilled water in a Diet Coke bottle.
It's a nice big sized bottle, but not too big.
Well, I'm fascinated because not only do we have extra money, but we've got other Coke bottles in there.
You know, even if you have extra money, it's okay.
I know. I love it.
It's
I just
okay.
love it. You
Just
are
save-
my
save
wife.
Money.
You are my second half. You are my equal. I almost said you're my superior, but
No, I'm not.
yeah,
I'm not.
that'd be giving too much away, I guess. I don't
That's
know.
right.
You're my cat, my whatever cow Smokey says, right?
Oh, who?
Something cow. You control me. Remember? You're my what did Smokey say you were?
Cult leader.
Cult. Yeah, you're my cult leader, quote unquote.
God. Pretty special right there.
That's right, man. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which one's which? Hang on.
Anyways, what was I blabbering about?
Oh, probably everything.
Pelco.
Oh my
Mark.
gosh. Joel.
I forget Mark's last name. I don't think I want to care to remember. I won't say if I remember it. But anyhow, he didn't like me because I'd go the extra mile. Not only was I doing everything, I was doing his job and the jobs he didn't want to do. I was the go-to guy. He wanted to be the go-to guy, I guess, but I didn't try to compete with him at all. I was like, you can be the go-to guy. I don't care. But he's always antagonizing me, always picking on me, and the rest of the staff were just laughing. You know, they knew. They'd laugh with, you know, we'd have a little, you know, whatever. Whatever you call it, office banter. Oh, this is one Oriental guy. I forget his name, though. Oh my gosh, started with an M. Meow something, Mao something. However, anyways. And he would, oh my gosh, him and I had so much fun. Because he had this inappropriate sense of humor, but it was a professional environment. And so he'd love to try to, you know, doing all kinds of innuendo and just you know, his way of having fun. And most people, and you know, they didn't appreciate it, but and I didn't appreciate it either, but I tolerated it. And so I'd let him have fun, you know, I'd let him, because I'm a veteran, so you know, innuendo is part of the job. But you know, as a Christian, you know, I didn't indulge in it, but still, it wasn't bad necessarily. It was his style, anyways, and so he didn't have anybody else to pick on, so I let him pick on me. And we were really good friends about it too. I forget his name though. But wow, it's a lot of memories flooding in right now. Another guy named David. He was on the Endura. Gosh, Kelly, I don't remember this crap. The Enterprise VMS system. Him and I used to hack the freaking system. We would hack the planet, man. Customers call in, oh, I can't, my network's not doing this, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, it's not our product, but it's because you need to do this for your network. Well, I don't, you know, they're supposed to call their IT network, but they, you know, we were so awesome. We'd be their IT network for them. IT, whatever company. So we would literally hack people's networks because they basically told us to or asked us to. We weren't supposed to, but we did. So we were coming with all kinds of Linux scripts and, you know, embedded stuff. And that reminds me, oh my gosh! So we had this one product for the digital server, whatever, DSSRV, what's it called, digital service for the military. They had a what's it called, DIACAP department, whatever. It's just a special secret covert whatever protocol management. So they took a regular, you know, because the DSSRV was just a regular computer, regular PC that we swapped some components out with to make it more video management savvy. You know, better hard drives and stuff like that, upgraded it as a video server. And then, so the military, they had all these strict protocols and special hardware and software driver sets to make Windows more secure, right? So you had to like change the password like every day or some nonsense and all kinds of embedded stuff and encryption stuff and blah, blah, blah. And so it's supposed to be basically hack proof, right? And so we had to, you know, you have all these special protocols that you're not supposed to talk about to the public to develop your product to be able to sell it to the DoD. And we had that. And it took a long time. It was very multi-millions of dollars to develop it and do it. And we passed all their little tests and started selling the die-cap version of the DSSRV and blah blah blah. And so some I think it was the Army, some military thing. So you're going to work at 9, aren't you?
Yep.
Rude butt.
Is it keeping you up and yammering? I just woke up too because it woke me up.
No, I've been
See?
up all night.
See?
Are you okay?
Look at that.
Huh?
That's
Okay.
respect.
I don't go to sleep till 9 a.m. on closing nights.
Yeah.
Or not 9 a.m., 6 a.m.
I got a little bit of sleep, did you?
That baby is very happy to see you.
Message more. I'm like, please don't schedule me.
Your cat wants to hug you. She's demanding. That's very adorable. Look at that. She's
She's
gonna,
gonna climb you again. It's very cute. Oh, she's crying for you. It's so cute.
literally. She's like, bend down so I can grab your shoulder. No. Wrapped her little tail around his leg.
Uh-huh.
Found a toy.
That toy.
You're shiny. Yeah.
Look at that. Oh my gosh. You're owned now.
Oh yeah.
She owns you. You've been. No. Look at that.
Watch, she's gonna hug him in a second.
Yep.
So
She is perched. Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
We should like take a picture of that. She literally rubs the top of her head against your face. She's like, I will pet you. She's petting him, literally. Look at that.
Wow.
Your
You
ears
heard
are
her
disgusting.
Hear her purring from here. What's her ear supposed to smell like?
I don't know, it's
She
all
keeps shaking her head like this is an ear problem. We need to take her to a vet. She's getting big for a kitten. She's a very big
Wow.
kitten
Can
now.
you hear her purring?
Yes,
from
I'm just
here?
saying. I can hear her purring from here across the room. She's a happy kitten.
Very. The most affectionate little
You gotta
baby I've ever
peel her
seen.
off your shirt. Yeah. He's like, what? No, come back. Look at that. She literally just runs right in front of him. Like, no.
She's not done being held.
God's animals are precious. Such a comfort. All right. So yeah, now I was hoping to see if somebody just randomly came by and talk.
It's pretty early in the morning.
Is I got to talk with Paul a little bit. We
Oh,
shared some
okay.
some military stuff, army stuff.
Oh, nice.
Then we started talking about quantum physics stuff a little bit and telecom stuff. Just technology. He had to go. He had wife aggro.
Oh,
Good to see his wife in the background. Pink
that's
robe.
cool.
Yeah. Paul, cool guy. Hi. Anyways, what else did I do? There's this one customer, part of some famous building in Chicago somewhere. I forget what it was called. They named the building after the street. It was on like something 14th Street or something. I forget. Anyway, it's a big, fancy, tall building. And they had this one camera that was like 6 stories. They had their foyer was like 6 stories tall, right? It's a giant foyer. And some genius put a camera up on top of it. I guess they wanted to see a bird's eye view of the foyer, which was probably they had probably had a boom lift or some 60-foot boom lift or something to install it in. Well, after they installed it, the security manager guy, was left to manage the poor thing, who didn't have a boom lift, but the camera was going out. Something wrong with it. It wasn't booting up or something like that, and he couldn't reach it. Right? It had some sort of it was flaky, and they did some sort of update to it or something like that, and it didn't update properly or something, and so they called us, and they were concerned because it's one of their main security things, even though it was placed in the stupidest place possible. I think a bunch of money involved, and they didn't want to spend all the whatever tens of thousands of dollars he was crying about. And talked him off the ledge. What was the cool thing about it, though, is that I told him that, yeah, we could try to do a remote factory reset to default the camera to see if that'll help it come back, refresh, because the embedded kernel had a hardware, whatever ROM backup system to it that would automatically default to the previous successfully run software version. Supposed to basically wipe out the memory so you can start over from scratch, and then from there you can try to do the proper update, whatever was wrong. But I told him there's always the warning that it might not work. You know, something in one of the because these cameras are so sophisticated. They're literal computers, Linux embedded computers, and just running literally hundreds of processes at one time. So if one thing is out of sync, if something gets corrupted, we called it, you could brick the camera, we would call it. It would make it so you could not reset it remotely because you couldn't start the service that would recognize the remote reset command, basically. You couldn't start the service to allow you yourself to even to SSH into it to even begin to talk to it. Hi. What? Look at me like, shut up. What?
No.
Oh,
What? Not
hi.
even close. I don't think like that.
You're looking at me to ask a question?
No.
You're just looking at me?
Yeah?
Isn't that gorgeous?
Oh my goodness.
It's the beard, isn't it? Oh, you're getting my attention. I just got some food from the camp. 10,000 years later. What? Oh, he's a kitten with the bunny. That's gorgeous. Yeah.
That's cute.
That's right.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Oh, I wasn't actually pointing that to you. Just
Oh.
so.
Well,
I don't think that way.
I was trying to decipher your micro expressions. It's very cute. You were smiling like you were trying to
say hi.
Whoa, I think that bird right there.
So,
Call that as a bird bomb.
Cardinal. Yeah.
Bird photo bomb. Yeah, so give him the warning, the caveat that we could try this, but there is a significant risk. And I told him because he was all worried about it, and this time he was more calm. He realized I knew everything that there was to know about it. I was being upfront and honest about it, and giving him all the risks to it. It's only 50-50. He'd ask me, what chance do you think it will be that it breaks like that? And so that got him to calm down a lot because I was the go-to guy, and I was like, if you need, I was explaining to him, we have the service. It's probably a lot more expensive than if you would go hire somebody in town, but you can come out and we can help try to fix you, blah, blah, blah. But we were world-class customer support. Anyways, long story short, I actually let him do it because he was the manager and and I agreed with him that he was supposed to have the responsibility. He sent the reset command switch or signal, whatever you call it, the command. And it bricked. It stopped working. And we're like, oh crap. And he's like, all right, well, what's the alternative was you had to physically go there, which is what his problem was to begin with, and physically hold down the reset button. You had to get the official fancy Pelco reset tool, we would say, in our training environments. It was literally a paper clip with a little paper tag on it that had said the word Pelco with the symbol on it. What? Sith Army knife. You're cute. I think I've seen it before. So you take a paper clip and hold the reset button down inside the camera, and that's how you reboot it. Anyways, so he couldn't do that, right? And we were all frustrated and stuff, but he was cool. He wasn't wanting to kill us at that point, thankfully, because he knew anyway. So I talked to the rest of my guys, and we were thinking and thought, what else could we try? Because this guy's in a real big pickle. He's a big highfalutin client, this big fancy whatever famous building, blah blah blah. And I'm trying to remember because I forget now. I figured something out that wasn't supposed to be possible because again, it was not connecting SSH. I figured something to do with the post rest commands. I'm trying to remember. Oh my gosh, how long was this, Kelly? At least 10 years ago. Was it Poco? Oh my gosh.
No.
50.
The tail end of it was about
2015, 5 or 6 years ago.
A little bit more than 5 years ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Bless
Bless you.
Thank you.
Still a long time ago. I'm starting to get tired. I want to remember what I figured out, man. You remember, Kelly?
What do you mean?
Do you remember what I figured out to reset that camera?
No.
What? You got a better memory than I do.
You are silly. I wasn't there.
You were.
No, I wasn't.
You were.
No.
Tell you everything.
Yeah, but
The whole reason why I was there is because you were there.
I can't remember everything
Remember?
you did at your job.
We went back to California because of you. Well, the kids. Still.
It was for the kids.
Yeah. No, don't talk about too much. I don't want to trying to avoid giving people too much background so they don't try to dox me like I'm smoking them lovely people do. Anyway. What else? What I figured out?
Yeah, I don't remember what you did there.
It was something to do with. Oh yeah. I was able to get to the unsecured side of the camera, the 80 and the 80 ports. They're supposed to be more just for outputs, not for actual command inputs. So I hacked the non-secure, the OpenSSL stuff by basically sending custom I forget if it was REST or POST commands, but network stuff the camera was not actually designed for, that I just trial and error. It took me a couple of days, I think. No, it was all in one day. Yeah. I got the camera model, brought it to my desk, set up a little R&D test bench to it, hacked into my own camera on my desk. I was like, okay, let's try this. And it worked. I was able to reactivate the SSH. I got the secure port to work again. Just that one service, and we reset the reset command, and it worked that time. Like I told him, 50-50. It rebooted the camera, and then we, I walked him through the upgrade. I think I did the upgrade for him that time for my computer there in California to his camera in Chicago, just to make sure. And I did it through the camera, so I uploaded the firmware package upgrade to the camera first, because again, it's literally a Linux computer. It has just enough RAM space left to do stuff like that. You only store a couple of versions, but because the software is pretty big compared to the space you have, but I figured it out. So I uploaded the upgrade package directly to the camera first, and then installed it from the camera instead of doing it remotely. So that prevented, the risk of, network noise or whatever, packet loss causing corruption, which is probably what happened in the first place. He was trying to probably upgrade it from his computer to the camera, and even though he was probably on a local network, something went wrong, as often happens with networks, especially busy networks. So anyway, so I did it the better way. And that was his hero. It was great. We were all celebrating. Because again, we were talking, I don't know how much money he was talking about, having to get a crew in there and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what it was. They'd have to shut down the, what do they call that thing? What's it called? I just said it a moment ago too. Not the foyer, but this big giant main parlor of their building where all this traffic. You'd have to shut almost the whole place down just to get to this one little camera. Disrupt their business. And of course, the recommendation was move the camera so someplace more accessible. Although it's the perfect, the perfect view angle. We'll put in multiple cameras. You'll save a lot more money in the long run. Guess what? Not having to go and hire your crew to go move your camera or push a reset button. You can do it from somewhere. Anyways, that was a fun little thing. It's just that was the fun part of that job. Every day was just like this fun, new, unique challenge. We would get other competitors' products. People or customers either send us their non-Pelco product, or we would buy our own, and we would hack our competitors' stuff. We had our own little labs and stuff, and we would we design our own codec conversion stuff and our own decryptors and decoders and stuff, and it was fun. We were freaking hacking the planet, and we had customers. I mean, every kind of customer available. We literally, Pelco was the security camera company for like 40 years, right? So our flagship client was the biggest casino in the planet, Galaxy something hotel. What's it called? Galaxy something in Macau, Hong Kong, right? It's like they had like 10,000 cameras per building, like 3 giant buildings, and it's crazy. Like 5 cameras over each, little gambling table, and we would give them stuff for free because not only were they this huge, international freaking conglomerate thing, but they were our test bed. You know, we would give them our latest experimental stuff so that they could test it. And they of course, their network, they had one of the probably biggest video management networks on the planet too. That's debatable. We had some FEMA clients that were probably bigger, but they were certainly big enough. And they'd have these massive, just giant video walls, you know, like hundreds of cameras, you know. I was like, okay, how do you watch all those view screens? I don't know, but here's your camera, here's your monitor. Anyways, so they were our guinea pigs. The hospitals, military facilities, police stations, airports, critical infrastructure like power stations, to down to the freaking gas station, to the mom pop shop, to freaking people residence house. Some person would install like a $1,200 Pelco camera at their house, which, you know, you got the money, you know, enjoy. And then, you know, they call in, they need help with it. Like, heck yeah. Show them how to use their analytics. And yeah, because this technology is amazing, man. And not only does the thing, you can make it program a certain search pattern across your yard, but the infrared stuff and the lithography stuff, whatever, not the lithography, the thermography can has analytics where if your camera, you can record in a slower mode, and then to save space and time and stuff like that on your hard drive to record your video longer. But when it detects a target, it can catch that. It'll stop the pattern and then start, zoom in, and it'll try to focus in on a heat signature or whatever kind of signature, and give you more precise whatever in a faster record rate of your potential perpetrator. Of course, all that required setup and calibration and stuff and tests and stuff like that. So yeah, it's fun. There's one cool guy. It's random memories I'm sharing now. He owned some lakefront properties. He was a doctor. He was a medical doctor. I remember now. I forget his name. I talked to him off and on for at least a month or two. And he set up this one of the more expensive high-end cameras that was not rated for outdoor, but he set it outdoor on his lakefront property. He's put it on this giant post. And that was half his problem. And I kept telling him it's not an outdoor camera, but he'd clean it up. But and he'd use it to not just for security for his little lake, but of course he was real reluctant. He's always like keeping it hush hush, but I'm not supposed to talk about. And eventually he told me. And actually, I think I half figured it out because he was, I guess, streaming it live, and then it had like a premium service. People were paying him to basically see the gorgeous views of that area. And I think he was in California. I forget. Some pristine, place out in the middle of nowhere. He had a nice little house there and patio and this lake. And people liked it enough, that he charged for the bandwidth to see it. And so he'd call in, he'd be a little stressed about it, because I guess he's losing money. But regardless. Yep, because I remember he got to the point he started asking me to help him with this website. And I was like, wait a minute. I'm the camera guy. But I knew how to do websites. So when I had the time in between whatever things I was working on, I'd help him with a silly website. That's fun. Oh, do. Anyway, so Mark didn't like me because I was too helpful. I was too nice or whatever. Or I wouldn't be efficient enough as an engineer as he needed everybody to be, which he wasn't my boss. So, and my boss, he would get annoying. He'd criticize me. He'd say bad things about me on occasion and unprofessional, just like my ankle biters here on YouTube. Not quite as bad as Smokey Saint, some of them crazies, but still bad enough. And and he'd go to my boss, he'd go to my supervisor and complain. Joel's doing this, Joel's doing that, and the boss would call me in, and he literally would tell me, it was funny. He's like, "Look, thank you, Joel, for doing a great job. You have some of the best. You have the best customer service, whatever accolades that we've ever had. So I'm just standing here and let's just talk about something. We can do some training if you want, whatever you want to talk about." Well, he started showing me his side of the business, all the stuff that he did as a supervisor. He's just hang and talk with me a little bit to act like I'm disciplining you or just chewing me out, you know, to make Mark feel better. Gosh, Kelly, that was so horrible, and I didn't even realize at the time. I was like, whatever, you know, okay. What? So I was all trying to be all, you know, professional and whatnot. You remember all this? I'm sure I told you about it, Daniel.
Oh,
Yeah, you remember?
I don't remember you telling me about him doing that, but I do
Yeah.
remember the others.
So I thought I was in trouble half the time, but I wasn't. We're talking about us kids. Remember the Big D? Remember Big D thing? I think I told you at least once. You may have forgotten, Daniel. He was laughing. I was talking something about how I was having diarrhea problems, right? I didn't want to say diarrhea, but you remember now?
Oh, you're discussing this over live stream?
Yeah, it's fun. This is again. This is
Bowel
5 years.
issues? Oh,
Well,
gosh.
so I was trying to relay to my boss that I was having diarrhea issues, but I didn't want to say diarrhea issues, so I said I was having the Big D, right? I was talking about the Big D because that's my brother Philip. When he was overseas, and you go to freaking South America, right? And they drink the water. You know, they made songs. He said they brought their guitars and stuff like that. They're camping around the campfire singing about so and so's got the Big D. So it stuck. Anyways, so I had the Big D, and he was kind of looking at me funny for a while, and I forget how many minutes it took for I guess I finally had to click. I was talking about bathroom issues, right? And he started dying laughing. Poor guy. I don't think I ever saw him laugh that hard at the fall of his chair. Because he was thinking, because he was telling me that his daughter, he's got 2 daughters that their names start with D. So the older daughter was Big D. The younger daughter was Big. So he kept thinking about his daughter, Big D. Anyways, it's funny to him. I didn't think it's funny. It's cute, but regardless, it was a good memory watching him laugh like that. That's what we talk about. So, anyways, Mark didn't like me, and I helped him do his job, you know. And I think he kept wanting me to ask him for help, and I would on a rare occasion, but I didn't really need it. You know, it's like, okay, I don't care. I didn't have the ego. Anyway, so the economy crashed. We moved back to Texas, and like a year later, like was it at least a year? What was his name, Kelly?
Ooh,
The dude that called me up, that chatted me up on Hangouts. Tell me about Mark.
Russ.
Thank you. I'm annoying her.
Oh, fine.
Russ chatted me up after I've been gone, and just to tell me that somebody called Mark, still working there, and Mark wasn't being very nice or helpful. There's a guy named Lou. He was a bigwig AT&T director or whatever. He was going around the country, literally building AT&T data centers from scratch. You know, these multi-million-dollar projects. He'd run the contract to build the building, buy and install all of the server racks, you know, and put all the server racks into operation for the data centers, which were huge. AT&T, one of the biggest data storage people, whatever, on the planet. And then, of course, their security, you know, all their security cameras and their network stuff. And so he was a big time client, even though he was real, what's the right word? I don't want to say eccentric. He liked to talk a lot. And I could listen, you know? And most of the other guys didn't, I guess, appreciate it because he liked to talk about odd things, you know, his bicycle and, you know, stuff that I guess nobody cared about. But I did. I was like, yeah, you know. And so I would listen to him. We talk about his small stuff. And so and again, he's a bigwig dude. He was, you know, big time project manager. It's kind of odd, which is fun, you know. I like odd, but that would be the prelude because he would share more of the details of what their problems were, you know, the Brocade switches and stuff like that, beyond just again our product. And I would do that. I was okay. I don't know anything about Brocade, but let's look it up. And we would call Brocade together when we ran into a problem that I couldn't solve quickly, and Brocade would explain it to us. And then, you know, they were all hush hush about it. You know, you sure you authorize this person from Pelco? We had to get a bunch of stuff in writing even to authorize Pelco to work with AT&T through this guy. And I did. I learned brocade switches. We figured it out. Problem solved. He was happy. Anyway, so a year later after I leave, right? He's arguing with Mark, I guess, about who knows what. And he literally, this is what Russ was dying laughing. This is why he told me. He's like, at the end of the call, like, do I need to get Joel on the line? I can only imagine Mark's face. Joel had been gone for a long time. But I probably ruined that story, didn't I?
No.
Overset it up. Poor Russ. I haven't talked to him in a while.
It was really funny.
We used to have fun. Mark was a Christian. Russ was pseudo Christian. I don't know if it was Russ was Christian. He was kind of vulgar, but he probably pretended to be a Christian. I don't know.
I don't know. He was a funny guy.
He's just Russ.
And
he could be himself with me.
I like that he would come to us
for politics.
Yeah, to say, hey, did you hear about this? What do you guys think about this?
Yep.
I thought that was really cool, and he's real intelligent. He really held a conversation for a long time.
I think that was the reason why he loved us so much, is because he was very intelligent, but he didn't either know enough or know how to convey it properly that other people didn't think he was that intelligent.
No, I don't think so. He was objectively intelligent.
But because we recognized it.
No.
Because I remember we had that conversation with him. Because he talked about how he dealt with racism and all these problems he had in Philadelphia, blah, blah, blah. And he'd always have these questions, but he couldn't find people to want to talk to him about it. And that's where he said he fell in love with us because not only did we understand the stuff he wanted to talk about, but we could understand his whatever quirkiness he had. Yeah, he almost cried about it to me once.
I think he's awesome.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's real silly and real cute and had a great sense of humor.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. We good sense of humor
for worldly.
For a pseudo Christian. I was always hoping that, and I did. I talked to him about Christ and stuff, and I was always hoping to help him find the Lord.
Yep.
Well, he's a smart guy. He knew the talk. So I just had to show him the walk. I thought I did. He was actually one of my main go-to guys because he knew his stuff, man, and he wasn't arrogant about it. In fact, he was the opposite of arrogant. But he was kind of annoying because when I would go to him for something that I needed help with, he would be very coy about it. Like he wanted me to figure it out. He wouldn't even let me ask the right questions. It was kind of annoying. And then when I would, it's like he would act like, I told you, I taught you. See how well I taught you? I'm like, no. Anyways. So I never, and I knew he knew his stuff because I would hear his conversations with others. So he wasn't. Anyways, fun job. Always have fun job. God always puts me in cool jobs. That was my theme, I guess, for the last few hours. Bless my belly, as Ethan would say. This is Joel doing the Facebook scroll. Oh, excuse me, Hilbert. What's on your little mind? Your pretty little mind.
Just waking up.
Yeah. Folgers in your cup.
Water currently.
Water. Water in your Pepsi bottle or Coke bottle.
Yes.
It's cute.
Yeah. It's easy and convenient. Put in the fridge.
We have every luxury I think available right now in front of us. Full tank of gas, extra money. I got 2 or 3 varieties of chips and pretzels over here, some beef jerky. It's terrible. I got 2 kinds of candy, which I don't need.
Beef jerky's a bomb,
though. I don't like this package. You want it?
No. I'm not a fan of teriyaki, but thank you.
Is it teriyaki? No, it's original.
Yeah.
It's a little dry to me. That's why I don't know if it's a batch or if it needs. I don't know. I almost got teriyaki, but I can't seem to finish it. It's not good. What is that? That looks good.
I don't know. It does look good. What is this?
Some sort of
sopapilla cheesecake. Oh no!
You got the cinnamon. Look how that heavy cinnamon on top.
That is death right there.
Yep.
Delicious.
Uh-oh.
You will die with a smile on your face.
Blessed Bible Fight Club. Good morning.
Good morning, honey.
Is that's not Doki Doki, is it?
I don't know,
Is
honey.
it Doki Doki Fight Club? Is that Blessed Bible Fight Club?
I don't know if Doki Doki had Fight Club in their name.
Oh, I haven't seen Doki Doki in a long time.
Same. Okay,
It's annoying.
what's going on well there?
You sure it's a her?
Well, I thought it was. I thought somebody else said it was.
Yeah.
That was.
That was the rumor. Are you Doki Doki Blessed Bible, or are you a different? Are you your own person? I should say. Well, and if they were Doki Doki and they don't want people to think they're Doki, I guess he would say it's Doki Doki.
That's right.
I retract the question. You are welcome to join. The StreamYard is linked above, or just ask me questions if you want to talk. I'm here. Probably not for long, but this is Joel scrolling to some amazing looking food. What's that? The pig in the blanket? What is that?
It's
Some
Hawaiian biscuits with ham and Swiss cheese stuffed inside.
bacon wrapped Swiss cheese on biscuits.
I don't know.
It's amazing.
That looks good, don't it?
Oh, heck yeah. Blah, blah, blah. So we have all this wonderful luxury, but I don't want to make anything. We have all this food. What do we have for food today?
I don't know, did the kitty cat knock off my chapstick again? She is so funny. She doesn't knock anything else over in the house, at least not intentionally. I mean, certainly I've seen her the other day run off the table and knocked an envelope on the floor. That was it. But then my chapstick tube. She hates my chapstick tube. She will smack that thing off every single time she sees it.
I don't see it nearby. It might be under the couch yet. Have you tried the ice cream chapstick yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I think I'm going to now that I've lost my chopstick tube to the kitten.
He's the noisy guitar playing guy.
Oh, nice.
I used to play guitar.
I didn't. I played flute and tenor sax.
Yep. I used to play tuba back in the day, but I picked up guitar.
You were the honk guy. Honk, honk.
Honk, honk.
The backbone of the band.
Bonk, bonk. Yep.
That's right.
You remember my story about my junior high band instructor?
Yes.
Getting all impressed?
Yes.
Junior high, 7th grade, 6th grade, I forget it was. So we're goofing off, the beginning of class in our high school, no, junior high band, right? I'm the tuba guy. I'm this tall, slinky little kid, and always there was like 4 tuba players, I guess, and me and this other guy is this Hispanic guy. He was like twice my size, literally. He was taller and just bulkier, He wasn't fat, but he was bulky, right? He's a big guy, bigger chest volume. So he would, in theory, he should have been the better tuba player. And for like the first half of that semester, he was, he's first chair. But I learned that tuba. I learned the lip control, and I did the breathing exercises he kept trying to get us to do. And for a while, we were kind of switching off every week. First chair, second chair, first chair, second chair. But the second half of that semester, the rest of that year, I was first chair every day. I won. I wasn't trying to compete either. I was just trying to have fun. But anyway, so one day we're goofing off, just doing everybody's just warming up their instruments, making funky noises. And I'm just trying to play the highest pitched note I could on my tuba. Just because I, just because I wanted to, no particular reason. And all of a sudden the teacher dude, the band director guy, jumps out of his office, right? He's like, "Who did that? What was that noise? Who was doing that?" And everybody's like, "I don't know. What noise?" We're all making noise. Get some guy in trouble. Play it again. Everybody started pointing at different people to play with it. Play whatever note you were just playing. Yes. If I'll try to be here for 10 minutes. Maybe hear you play some guitar. Anyway, so you started going around, and so I played my little whatever. I was just goofing off my little tone noise. Yep. See, I was playing noise on my tuba, and he jumps back in his office, brings his phone. He has the old style phones. This is what, the 80s. They had like this big long coiled thing to it. So he's stretching his phone receiver out of his little office. He's like, "Okay, Joel, play that again." So he's like telling some guy on some phone, "You've got to hear this. I've never heard this before on a tuba player. You got to hear this." He's like, "Joel, play that again." So I'm like, "What? Okay." Boo! Play a little high pitched tone. And he's like, "I never heard that. I didn't think that was possible to play that high C note on a tuba." Blah, blah, blah. And you go back in his office, all excited, talking to his friend. So, anyways, that's my bragging point for junior high band. I was expected to join the high school band, but I didn't. I got into art instead.
You ever had that happen?
Oh,
When you call or somebody calls you and you can't get to the phone in time, so you immediately pick up the phone, call them right back, and they don't answer the phone. You're like,
yeah.
"What do you do? Drop the phone and run?"
Back to the Future. You remember Back to that was very adorable.
Well, it purports to smell like ice cream.
I was going to say, is that quality control? Mrs. Joel opens her chapstick and
this
it smells
one
it.
is strawberry gelato. I don't know how to pronounce that.
You smell. And just kiss it later. Taste it. Oh wow. Wow, that is icky sweet.
You know,
That's candy.
some kids don't get a hold of that. And
that's the nice thing. So Mrs. Joel loves to keep her chapstick on, right? So every time I kiss her, it's always like candy.
why you gotta give away my secret?
She's icky sweet. I'm bragging about you. Gorgeous, sweet kisses. What? Perfect lips. She's a flute player and a saxophone player, so she's got perfect lips. What? You're blushing, dear? She's blushing. Oh my gosh, look at her red. You're very red for Californian over there, by the way. Okay. Kind of smiling. Is that a death glare? All right. I need to go to the bathroom, so. Well, he's saying he'll be back in 5 minutes or so. He's getting.
Gosh, you're cute.
He's tuning up his guitar. Remember? Oh my gosh, what was it Maccabi? Maccabi? How do you pronounce it? Maccabi?
Yeah.
From Japan, from Okinawa.
Yes.
His Jap guitar.
Freaking Utex, man.
I know.
Funny.
Yep. This guy named Hute. He was from Houston. He's from the other side of Houston. He has super thick Texan accent. You know, he had nothing. I've got like no accent, right? I got the international accent.
I don't know how you did that. How do you get away
I was
with
born
that?
and raised in Houston. Just everybody's, you know, big mix, diversity. I grew up with every kind of ethnicity.
So did I, but I was from California. One would expect I wouldn't have an accent.
There's diversity in Texas.
Yeah.
Except for wherever Texas was raised. That poor guy. He was an awesome guy though. Well, he started off really wrong. He was really rough and just a jerk. We mellowed him out.
Yeah, he started to have a good time. And I love Maccabee used to say that Utex is a walking IQ test.
I remember that. Do tell. Go share. Just for fun.
Just that, you know, because he had a really rough exterior and he came across wrong and stuff like that.
Oh, he came off as a total idiot too, basically. Yeah,
but he wasn't.
Yeah, he was super witty smart.
Yeah, and
as most people.
basically he could tell whether you were smart or not if you liked Utex.
Yeah,
you know?
if you could see through the rough exterior, then you were intelligent. And Maccabee, how do you pronounce that? He was like this highfalutin PhD pharmacist, whatever, scientist guy.
He refused to go for his PhD because he thought it was dumb and it would also limit what he could do in his work. So he chose to stay at the master's level and not go any further.
Like me? Yeah.
It's kind of like when the
PhD would be a total waste of money
that's
for me.
looking for some kind of fancy promotion in the military. They don't want it because they want to do their actual job.
Yeah.
They don't want the.
Dude, my master's degree is a total waste of money.
It's not. We haven't. You just barely got it.
Well, this is the thing. As I tell my student counselor people, like I'm already doing the job. I'm already hired. I could teach these classes literally, and my professors know this. That's why they give me so much slack.
You can only go up from here, so that's really.
Well, my point is, my master's was more or less a waste of. And the only thing I really think I learned from my master's was how to do the paperwork, you know, the management side of information science, and the accounting class was it. And I did it.
That was foreign.
That was a nightmare. But and I told my professor at the time that the thing to like about, I think it was a he class, about his class, was it made me thank God for accountants. That I could hire somebody to do this stuff. Yeah. But at least I got to know how to do accounting for.
I think your sister's.
Right? She's a certified public accountant.
And
Mr.
Teeny Pockets in the game is too.
Yeah. Yep. That's cool. I thought he was a tech guy.
Teeny? No.
I don't know. Still don't know your friends.
He's really cute because in the game he's just like pre-mini. Yeah.
So Hutex had this deep Southern accent. I mean, and he had the twang. He sounded like he was straight off the. In fact, he literally lived on a pontoon boat, didn't he? Lived on some boathouse.
No.
Yeah.
No.
He did. Tell me about it.
he didn't. He lived with one of his parents because they were ailing, and he was taking care of them.
What was with the boathouse then? Or was that like a past thing? He used to live in a boathouse.
It might be. I don't know.
Yeah.
All I knew was that
Well,
I thought it was lovely because how rare is it nowadays for children to care for their parents in their old age? I mean, you just throw them somewhere and forget about them.
well, the point I guess I was trying to make was he was the quintessential, Texan country hick.
He sounded like.
He was the redneck of the rednecks, right? And he didn't sound he sounded rather unintelligent, uneducated. All of his talking points were
I
just.
don't make those judgments.
Well, I'm just saying that's what he came off as, and so that's what
Maybe
the genius, the
they're
Maccabi, was saying, that if you could see through all that and see his true, genuine intelligence, because the dude was wicked smart.
I know.
Once you got him on the topics that he liked and knew about.
But Southern accents don't make me think they're unintelligent.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the stereotype out there is that the deep freaking South country hicks, they don't know nothing.
The dummies out there assume that they don't know anything based upon their accent.
Right. But they don't. That's my whatever talking point. Everybody is equally intelligent. If I have to tell people, that's my whatever thing I say. That if I've learned anything in science, is that everybody's equally intelligent. Just
All
different
I
people
know
have different interests.
is that I spent 40 plus years of my life, the whole first 40,
the first 40. How old are you, Mrs. Joel? Go ahead. What? Don't look at me like that.
Anyway, in California and the last 5 or so in Texas.
Yeah.
And I have met far more intelligent people here in Texas than I ever have in California. And that's not to say there wasn't, some intelligent people in California. I'm just saying that the stereotype is so backwards, okay?
No.
Yeah.
That's stereotypical of you, Kyle. I would argue that my observations would be that people that seem unintelligent, no matter where they are, California or Texas or anywhere, do so because they don't want either to think for themselves or they don't want to be responsible. In fact, I had an ex that literally said that because I would tell her, you are far more intelligent than it seems like you even think yourself are, much less how you come off. And she confessed to me like 2 or 3 times when I would get on to her about it. She'd flat tell me that, yes, I know I'm very, very intelligent, but I don't want to seem that way because she didn't want people to think highly of her. She wouldn't have to take other, further responsibility. She wanted to come off as dumb on purpose just to avoid responsibility. That's why she's an ex.
Well, hold on, because I'm kind of similar in that way as far as for one thing, you don't want a lot of attention. Okay, this is how I work. Okay?
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi.
Just 1 second. Finish this.
Oh,
Don't worry.
Good morning.
Morning.
I don't want a lot of attention. I don't want people to think wrongly of me because, as you've noticed in your life, when you start talking about high tech stuff and whatever, people automatically assume you're a know-it-all. They
we get a lot of drama, but
yeah. But what I'm saying is that you don't want people to misperceive you. So I mean, it's not avoiding responsibility. It's kind of
avoiding becoming a target.
Well, that could be part of it. Obviously, you've certainly dealt with some of that, but attention or people misperceiving you, things like that.
The drama.
Yeah,
because I've had kind of the opposite experience more often than not, where people would just assume that I wasn't intelligent for whatever reason because I don't have an ego, because I don't try to whatever. But as soon as I realized that I do have a wonderful background and skill range, I'm like their best friend. It's like, whatever. It's like I have to do everything for them. So it's kind of like the opposite, where they do want to put more responsibilities on them. I had to learn to say no, for example. But
anyway, let's say hi to Mr.
Bruce. How you doing, sir?
Oh, doing good. How are you doing?
I'm a little sleep deprived.
A little why?
Sleep deprived, but I think I'm good.
Yeah, trying to stay mellow and keep away from the too much excitement lately. Goodness.
Early this morning, about 3 or 4 o'clock my time this morning, we're on Praise's channel and smoking them. We're all having their fun, and some of the ladies and even Gavin were complaining about it. So I told them, let me start my stream. If you guys want to join, we'll have some fun, in a more tolerant environment. But
Oh wow, yeah, it's been going for 3 hours. I just realized.
as I'm saying, yeah, everyone went to bed, so I just sort of blabbered to myself, seeing if someone else.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what's going on over there. I kind of haven't been there too much lately. I did some, and then I kind of just felt it would maybe not that maybe go bad.
Well, he's letting some of the bullies kind of. Cheryl talks about it, and the others. That I don't want to get into it, but yeah, he's.
Oh yeah, no, it's true though.
He's making some mistakes.
Oh, I do too. Yeah.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much. Just sit and watch, really.
I had some people confide in me that some of the stuff they did recently was literally make them cry. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, absolutely, it does. Yeah, that's no kidding.
So I start my stream as the opposite. I will not let that kind of drama here. I don't even want to talk about it. You don't have to. Bless you.
Sorry.
So and Paul, the atheist, he called himself the bloody atheist. It's cute.
Oh.
We just talked.
Not familiar with him.
He is from Britain. Paul Camish, I think you pronounce it.
Oh, okay.
Lovely guy. He used to serve in the British Army, and we talked military stuff a little bit. And then we started talking about telecommunications.
Well, the name sounds familiar, that's for sure.
Yeah. It used to be more prevalent around these channels, but I haven't seen him really anywhere except my channel. Maybe another. Yeah, what's on your mind, though, bud?
What?
We not talked enough.
What you saying? What do I talk about, or?
No, I just said I don't think you and I have talked very often in the past. So yeah, I'm willing to talk about anything.
No, a while back I think we talked about some music things and a little bit about I guess theological views and things a little bit like that. And
okay.
That was a while back though. What?
Are you in Canada?
No. Central, like in PA area.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I couldn't. I don't know if I'd want to live in Canada or not. I don't think it. I don't know now. Hard to tell where we're at.
All right. Yeah, pastors over there getting arrested in the streets. Huh?
Well, yeah, I didn't follow that. What happened there with that? I'm not really sure.
It was over the COVID, the mask nonsense.
Well, that's what I kind of figured. Well, yeah, it's going to be tough. But I don't know. I'd like to think in a matter of months or so, we'll probably be thinking different about it. I guess. I don't know. Time will tell.
Now that the right people are in office, the fear tactic is going to go away. Is that what you're saying?
Oh well.
Or is that what I'm saying?
No, yeah, I don't think that's what I see yet.
All right. Yeah.
I don't know what'll go on.
I am I think I'm savvy on all the major conspiracy theories out there, but I don't subscribe to any of them. So, but I'll entertain them though.
Oh.
All I know is that if the government's lips are moving, they're lying.
There you go.
Yeah. No time. Usually we see with time some.
Yep.
So you were making noise with your tuba, you were saying in school?
Yeah. Figuring I was playing some fourth octave high C that you're not supposed to be able to play on a tuba.
Oh, wow.
I was just goofing off.
Did it take a lot of air, or how did you do it?
Yeah, it was mostly lip control, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was a scrawny little kid. I think it was 140 pounds, maybe the most. And I developed my lungs. They teach you how to expand the lower lung part of your capacity.
Right.
And I did the thing. I did the whatever it is.
So when you breathe, you feel it in your stomach, I guess, huh?
No, I can feel that second area kind of fill up.
Oh yeah.
Kelly is Kelly's a phenomenal singer. I mean, like she hates it. She hates all the attention already. She's got her face falling. But she's literally the kind of lady that when she was younger, her friends would drag her to the bar and whatever, and they'd sing karaoke.
Actually, it was a restaurant.
Right? Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Karaoke, just goofing off, and they finally get her up there, and she starts singing. Like the whole place would stop and like give her these rounds of applauses.
Wow.
She could be a professional singer if she wanted to. And so she's tried to teach me to sing over the years, off and on. I've tried to beg her. And she keeps telling me to breathe through my stomach, you say?
Yes.
Or push through my stomach or something like that. I forget. And I can never figure it out.
And you have to open your throat like you have an egg in it.
Do you hear that?
Fill your lungs up and scream. No, I'm kidding. No, I can't. I'm certainly not a singer.
Yeah. So what do you play?
I try sometimes. What's that?
What do you play then?
Oh, mainly just play around with guitars and stuff like that.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, it's fun. I don't know. I think I've done it most of my life.
Cool.
Just but having some things where my hands are going numb and stuff lately, so I don't play quite as much. But
Dude.
no fun.
Do you have? I mean, we don't have to get personal or anything, but yeah, do you have diabetes or anything?
Yeah, I do deal with that, but I think it's carpal tunnel. Not sure exactly. Not sure. Don't know yet.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. It's hard to tell. I have to eventually get it checked out.
Then I heard you, Mrs. Joel. I was going to share the common initial symptoms for carpal tunnel, if you don't already know, is your pinky and your ring fingers go numb first.
Well, if it's on the outside, like coming down the nerve, down through your elbow on the outside, yeah.
If it's
I mean, then you get your pinky in it. Otherwise, it's usually my understanding, coming up through. It's usually your wrist on the bottom, kind of,
yes.
And it's usually your middle and first and thumb. But if it comes around the elbow, then you get your pinky tied into it.
Oh, see, I didn't hear that. I heard the carpal tunnel is always just in the carpal tunnel region, the nerve sheath.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you have two different nerves, I think, come down through there, and they can affect your hand, is my point. So I don't, and apparently the one that usually will hit your middle and first finger and part of your third and your thumb is usually the one coming right up through the carpal tunnel.
But it's actually it's all one big nerve bundle for the main nerve stuff. And then there's like bursitis would be the one if it's like your shoulder or whatever.
Hold on a second. Yeah.
One more. Is that for sale?
Wait, what?
$200.
Sure, if you look it up, it'll be the same price at the store.
Or push more. I don't want to push more.
Well, you want a writing more?
No. That reminds me, we gotta get money cash for the dude today, possibly. I almost would have got last night, but
Hey, he's only charging 40 less than what they do in the store.
10 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll take some ibuprofen or something, maybe. All right. Well, the honeys.
Wiggly.
I've never seen one of those.
It's in a movie, isn't it?
I know it's something grocery store.
I know, but
understand.
that's the only way I know Piggly Wiggly was. It was talked about in some movie somewhere.
No,
Piggly Wiggly store.
I haven't seen it.
Me neither. I've never seen it at all myself, except in some movie reference.
Okay, I think I'm back.
Welcome back, home.
Oh, got a cold though. Thanks.
Oh, I hope
Having
you're
a blast.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know. Something going around.
I have seasonal allergies, so and I go to the store, I get a little nervous, because if you sneeze, people look at you nowadays.
she's got the Rona.
Yeah, like their allergies, it's all good.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, good point.
Well, then the people that have the Rona just say they have allergies. So,
Well, that can happen. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of all over the place.
yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I'd say it's pretty obvious. At least you can walk down the streets and probably don't have to worry about somebody. I don't think it's too many places doing a big deal with that. Maybe some that you couldn't walk down the street without a mask. I don't know. I never had any issues with that.
Yeah. Well, we can't talk about it too much.
Stuff, yeah.
YouTube will shut you down if you talk about it the wrong way.
How to tell when something may be an absolute and total farce when you're not allowed to talk about it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. I mean, I understand there's Yeah. I haven't. I've talked a lot about it, but then I probably don't disagree with too much. But I question some things.
Yeah.
Life is weird.
Yeah, there's some other YouTubers around that they're losing their channel because they weren't even criticizing the government necessarily. They just said something wrong, and YouTube put a ban on them, whatever. And then they tried to appeal, but they didn't care. But anyway, so
Yeah, it's kind of odd. And then there's people that say all kinds of stuff, and somehow
Right.
they get by with it. So I don't really understand that, unless they learn how to fight or to have other people fighting for them. Who knows? You know,
just run across
Yeah.
the wrong sensor, maybe. I don't know.
that could be. And then some people will go to BitChute and that kind of thing. And
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah, get put on some terror watch list, right?
well, yeah, I stay away from that place.
Mm-hmm. You got a friend. That's all he posts. I'm like, dude, I'm not clicking your link. But nobody.
Yeah, there's too much racial craziness, and
Mhm.
I don't know why people. I don't know. I mean, maybe it just comes down to if you can't say it on YouTube, they go there kind of thing. So you're gonna run into some kind of rough stuff now and then. Who knows? You know, a combination of things and reasons, but
Freedom.
PMARS belongs on BitChute. No.
So what
I'm
do you do, Bruce?
What?
What do you do? What's your thing?
Oh, I just repair stringed instruments, that kind of thing mainly.
Well, cool.
Yeah,
For a living?
Yeah, that's what I've done most of my life. I mean, I've worked and done other jobs and stuff and played in bands and things here and there and stuff, but most of the time, just, relied on, instruments, here and there. Years ago, it was much more popular to buy and sell locally and then just, repair work. And so, I still get some repair, but it's slower the last so many months, but
Cool.
a little bit,
You ever do wind instruments? Like you have flute?
I do a little bit with that, not as much, and I mean I have some lights and things that I can look for leaks and that kind of things, and valves and pads and what have you, but do a little work with that, but mainly stringed instruments.
Gotcha. I was asking because we're starting to be in the market for flute for Mrs. Joel,
Ah, okay.
but she wants the fancy $6,000 something Yamaha or something or other. What do you want?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything like that.
She's over there doing some back. Yeah, I got a cool little miracle guitar story you might be interested in if you haven't heard already. I guess I don't know.
You have a cool little what?
It's like a miracle story about a guitar that I had.
Oh, okay. I think you were telling us some cool guitar you had or something you got
Yeah.
somewhere or something, and you took it out
Yeah.
and played it a lot. And
It was a gift. I was a brand new Christian down in Houston, and a friend of mine, a friend of a friend, he owned this Southpaw guitar shop there in Houston. So this is what.
okay.
Yeah.
So you're
And-
left-handed, or did you just happen to have?
Oh yeah, I think he was, and that's just the name of his store too. And
Yeah, I
he had
kind of
both.
remember that name.
Yeah, he'd sell it all. It was a big. It was kind of famous for a while. I don't know if it's still
That's
there
what
or
I
not.
thought.
But real awesome Christian dude too. And so my friend though he was doing some missionary work in Haiti, and this Haitian had handmade this custom wood guitar that hadn't even been finished, hadn't even been lacquered, and hadn't even been fully finished, polished. And he got in trouble with the federales down there, which I can share the details of. But he grabbed the guitar and started running, and almost fell. But the guitar hit like a boulder that they were jumping across, and so it shattered the bell, like literally split it in half. It was,
On the back, the whole back,
Huh?
or
the side, the side of the shell for the base, the bell.
yeah. Well, the sides, like down around the bottom. You mean kind of?
No,
The
it cracked the whole side, the whole thing. The whole bottom part just came off.
Okay.
Cracked it in half. Cracked the side. It's one of those old school acoustic guitars, so it's kind of like 2 or 3 inches thick.
Well, yeah. What I mean is, like, you have the top, back, and sides usually, like the upper and lower valves. I know that sounds bizarre, just terms, I guess.
Yeah, it
Just
wasn't
run
the
trick.
wasn't the bridge part. It was the sounding the
The soundboard.
Yeah. Well, there's a board, and then there's the part that makes the sound. You know, like a little hole that's cut in the top. You know,
Yeah, it'd be your top. Yeah.
and it's shaped a funny way to make sure it makes a good sound. But anyways, it cracked in half, but he grabbed the pieces, and they got out of there, and he brought it to the Southpaw shop friend of his, the owner, to see what they could do with it. You know, repairing instruments like you're talking about, and they just threw some cheap old wood glue on it, whatever, you know, and just they were constantly complaining, this is never going to sound good.
Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're just kind of goofing off with it. It was a gift to my friend from this Haitian guy from this church that they were helping build. So,
Yeah.
you know, it was just a gift. Anyway, so they fixed it up best they could, threw some nylon strings on it, and they gave it to me because I was wanting to learn guitar, so it was my first guitar. I mean, they warned me. Yeah, it's not going to sound good, Joel, but, you know, here you go.
Oh,
My
wow.
friend-
Yeah. You said I remember, if I kind of remember the story, you said you played it a lot, went around it.
I did. I took it with me overseas with the military. But when they stringed it up and they started to tune it, it sounded perfect. In fact, it caught the ear. Everybody in the store stopped for a second and asked, wait, whose guitar is that? It was a guitar that was just half beat up. And they made it look okay, but, you know, it shouldn't have sounded well. But it did.
Well, it can. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the neck even was bent. You could see it was physically bent. Let's glue it back together. Yeah. And it was beautiful. Even with cheap, you know, throwaway strings on it. My friend, he etched a little angel design on the front of it.
Huh.
So, or no, he drew it in pencil, and I later down the road, I etched it with a soldering iron from the army.
On the top or up on the
face?
peg? Wow. Pretty
But
wow.
it never got lacquered, so.
Huh. That's pretty crazy. No finish on it, or very little, or I got.
No, it was raw wood. It was barely polished.
Wow.
It was raw. I love that guitar too. I took it everywhere. I had a beat up old case for it. But every chapel I went to overseas in the military, I played that for the chapel.
Do you still play some, or?
I haven't. It's been, I don't know, gosh, 20 years now, hasn't it, Kelly? I mean, I've played on other people. I just goofed around on other people's guitars, but I
Yeah. You still have a guitar laying around or anything, or?
don't.
No.
I lost that miracle guitar. So.
Yeah, they'll get you in trouble. I'm kidding. Yeah.
But it might, you know.
Fun to play around with. So
Someday.
yes, I guess but I couldn't help but notice. I know people get into all kinds of doctrinal stuff, and they get into debating over that stuff. That can get pretty intense, I guess. Maybe
it's fine.
normal.
But when they lose their cool about it, that's where it's not fine in my book.
Right. Yeah, some of it's difficult.
Well, I mean, Jesus was pretty clear. You know, if someone's not going to agree with you, just dust the dirt from your sandals and walk away. You know, be civilized. Bullying somebody's not going to lead anybody to the Lord.
Probably not. No, I've not seen that. Some of the activity we're seeing, I kind of understand where people aren't going to get along and maybe be able to hang out together too well and stuff. But just calling people names and all kinds of obnoxious things, and then claim moral high ground. I'm sorry, that's crazy.
Was it 1 John 4:20? Was it? Let me see. Oh my gosh, my brain is not here. What was that verse? I think it's 1 John 4:20. If anyone says, I love God, but hates a fellow believer, that person is a liar. For if we don't love people we can see, how can we love God whom we cannot see?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can see that.
And of course, their response is, well, you're not my brother. It doesn't say if I'm your brother, and it says a fellow believer. I'm a fellow believer. So John, Apostle John, calls you a liar, buddy. I'm sorry.
Well, what'll happen, I think, often is they'll just say you don't believe the necessary doctrines. You know
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. And then
They'll
the
cut
other
you
thing I
off.
see people will use is you don't have to hate. You have to love your enemy, but you don't have to love God's enemies. I've heard people use that too.
Yeah, that's good.
Wow.
So I heard someone tell me that Smokey had a fun time going off on me on Bruce's channel. I don't know if you're the same Bruce.
Yeah, he could have. I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to who he's going off on. No, pretty serious. I mean, he may have. I just kind of picture him going. I recognize if I understand it correctly. I was thinking maybe you're oneness, so I think you're gonna. If I'm wrong, correct me. But I think it's normal to have a certain amount of disagreement with those kind of things. I think, but to just out and out start calling people names and flipping out on them, yeah, I don't get that any of that. You know.
Yeah.
I understand things can get heated in a debate and discussion and all that, but just to wear up what I see, no, that's just ridiculous. You know.
Yeah. There I often like to say that I'm just a rocket scientist. I don't want to be a theologian. And someone explained to me what oneness doctrine and all these other silliness is once before, but I don't care enough to remember. So I don't know if I'm oneness or not, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All I do know is that I'm a heretic, so I need to be excommunicated. I do know that.
There you go. Well, I remember when I usually hear him talk about is Einstein and Spinoza or something. He gets off about that. That's what I remember hearing him going off about.
Yeah.
And I don't understand the thoughts. So I don't. That's why I said I don't say much. I just kind of listen. And go, oh, whatever.
I went into it a little bit earlier tonight on this stream, but if you want to ask me questions about this stuff, man, I'd be glad to share.
Yeah, I mean, just like, what is it you see with a guy like Einstein that you would think that he would be a believer?
That he said that nobody, or how do you put it? Come on, let me get my quotes. I got quotes, man. Nobody can the actual presence of Jesus reading the Bible. Where's my quotes?
Oh, he did say that?
Yep. There's a huge amount of primary source references out there that people try to hide on purpose and create this. They lie about these guys. No one can read the Gospels without feeling the actual presence of Jesus. Now, Brian said that to the Saturday Evening Post, 1929. And like the Spinoza thing, everybody says, well, Einstein wasn't a believer because Einstein believed in Spinoza's God, right? People say that ad nauseum. That's what I thought growing up all these years too. Spinoza's a pantheist, but he's not. So I got Spinoza's own book. I got his own quotes. Spinoza was a Christian. He flat said that Jesus is the same God that spoke to Moses and that Jesus is the way to salvation. That's what Christians say.
Wow.
Spinoza said that. So when Einstein said, I believe in Spinoza's God, that's Einstein confessing he believes in Christ. On top of all these other things about how people say, well, he was complimenting Christ. He didn't actually believe Christ was God. Well, yes, he did. He was, I think my rendition of it, because he also talked about he wanted a cosmic religion. He called it. He didn't want to be a denomination, and I think his main focus for a while was that he didn't want people, because his big thing, he was an intelligence design scientist foremost, but he didn't want people to get distracted by religious claims. He didn't want all this drama, so he was trying to be as kind of a agnostic as you can be as a Christian, essentially. He still made the occasional little quips out there to confirm his faith. He didn't want people to focus on him as a Christian. Otherwise, he'd probably be we never would have heard Einstein if he had flat out came and just was making it blatantly obvious. See how much Christians get.
Yeah. Excuse me, I might be off. I often looked at Einstein where I just kind of had an idea that he might have changed his thoughts at different times in life, just by different things he wrote. That's what made me unsure. And I never really tried to nail it down one way or another where he was.
No, same for me until about, I don't know, 3 4 or 5 years ago or so, I started reading a few things. Like, wait a minute, that didn't make sense. That seems like contradictory to everything I grew up with. I've studied his work, for my own science stuff, but I believe the common mythos out there about the guys, and then I started again reading these little things, reading the actual books myself. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not on Wikipedia.
Well, yeah. I've heard atheists. At least one guy in particular, I remember, was talking with me about it one time, and he said, "Well, you just blatantly said he was an atheist," or I forget how he worded it all. I said, "Well, yeah, but there's other things he said. That's what makes it difficult for me." I kind of think, well,
Yeah.
I mean, like in my life, I'll have people often get in it depends on where I'm at. But like if I'm sometimes like praise his channel or like while talking with Smokey or something, they'll say, "Well, do you believe this, this, and this?" Or especially like the resurrection and stuff. Say, "Hey, look, I don't even claim to be a Christian. I'm just interested in waiting, trying to be patient. I don't claim that I'm a Christian. I have a lot of interest in it. And I'm willing to keep studying and trying to learn. And I try not to fight against the idea of Christianity. I'm more interested in supporting it, but but there's some people just keep pushing, like, do you believe this? Do you believe that? Do you believe this? Like, no, I fail. That's sort of my whole point. That's why I'm here, actually. That kind of thing.
And you call yourself a Christian, though?
No, because I think it would be wrong. I think you have to have a certain amount of faith. Personally, I believe that. I mean, I can pass the test of calling myself a Christian if I'm very liberal about it, but that's not where I choose to see that.
All right. Yeah, my understanding of who's a Christian is basically someone who literally knows Christ, like for real. Like just that Jesus better than we know each other just here.
Yeah, I would say that. My guess would be he knows me better than I'm not sure that I understand all the details of who he is.
Well, even the fact you think you say that he knows you is pretty close, but
he's seeking. That's the most important thing, and God promises that if you seek, you'll find. So, you are well on your way, darling. You just keep doing that. Keep looking.
Yeah, I mean, I was a proclaiming Christian, a good many years ago, but not gonna wait. I started to have a lot of questions with things, but YouTube is, it's made me think a lot. I've been doing this off and on for about 10 years, or more, a little more, and it can be destructive at times. I'll say that.
Social media,
yeah, it's pretty weird. I think the internet in general can be that way.
Yeah, I agree. I've been doing it since the 80s, and it's just I described it even earlier tonight. It's a place where people can put a social mask on, be who they truly are, that they don't have to be, or that they can't be in public, and face to face. So they can put their mask on here.
Well, yeah. I mean, probably all do it. I probably do it some, but I try not to. I try to think, well, what I.
Yep.
I think the weirdest thing is when I had a guy. Well, we were having a pretty intense discussion one day about a number of the people following this guy, without mentioning his name. It's easy enough. Trying to refute or justify calling people whores and sluts and so on. I thought it was driving me up a wall. And then I noticed I started to have chest pain and stuff. And it was probably anxiety. Like, I don't know. I don't know, though. So I went and laid down and stuff. And the chat was still running. And then I came back and I explained what happened. I was still kind of shaky, pretty rough feeling, but I thought, like, what the heck? I got to at least come back and explain what happened, why I left. And I was telling the guy, and he looks at me. He said, "You lost your victim status." And at that point, I'm like,
"Excuse me?
What?"
Oh yeah, that's what he told me. And I thought, at that point, I just told him, like, if you were standing in front of me, and that's where he claims I threatened him. It's like, well, wait a minute. The reality is, you can't stand where my monitor is. You can't come in my shop and be like 1.5, 2 feet in front of me and act like that. I guess it's an impossibility. So it's not a threat. It's just like My whole point being is the monitor and the keyboard allows you to say dumb stuff you wouldn't say in real life.
Yes, sure. You wouldn't say that to someone's face, that's for sure.
That's exactly what I was saying.
No, if somebody
Internet
told you they were having chest pain or they had a panic attack, whatever, over fighting over calling people names and justifying it, and they got that worked up, and then you look at them and say something like you lost your victim status at that point. Well, I know I wouldn't do that to somebody because, well, for one thing, it would be cruel, and the other thing is you just don't know what could happen at that point.
I hear you. Don't worry.
And that's what I find funny about it. And then these guys say, "Well, no, that's the way I act in real life." I go like, "Yeah, right, sure." No. You couldn't walk up to some guy with his girlfriend or his wife or whatever and look over and call her a whore, bitch, slut, whatever, and not get your butt kicked that day. You know.
That's right. Yes,
I
sir.
wonder who he's talking about, Mr. Joel.
Well, no, I know where that's gone. It's gone in a number of different women, and I know that and on here online, and that's kind of why I mess with them because like that kind of stuff. And we all know that would never fly in real life.
It's insecurity.
Yeah. See, for me personally, I don't care. He can call me whatever he wants. It doesn't faze me at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I do understand the natural man response, and I think it's beautiful. And I think that God made it that way on purpose to want to immediately feel protective.
Lawful stop somebody?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it even goes to the point, that I've seen in life is where if say like you walked into, I don't care if it's a church, bar, restaurant, little shop or something, or a grocery store or a hardware store, it doesn't really much matter. If somebody's acted like that, well, you'd be lucky if they walked away. That would be a good day.
I agree.
Because not many people, I don't care if they're 4 feet tall and half crippled, I mean, they'll still probably kick your butt. Nobody's going to put up with that garbage, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying, we all know that.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's a well understood fact. Yep.
Social fabric. That's why I volunteered for the service. I got that warrior spirit.
Yeah, it's comical and sad at the same time. And what blows my mind is to see people then falling into place with it. And I think, like, I can't believe you guys are doing this. Like,
yep.
You should be able to see what's happening here.
Well, like the news media corporations prove, sex and drugs and alcohol, whatever, drama sells. People want that. That's entertainment to them.
Well, that goes all the way back into ancient times. I mean, of course, this is a far more severe example, but think about the gladiators.
I was going to say, you're talking about the
ancient Rome, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can see it in advertising. I mean, obviously, you had the roaring 2020s. You had all kinds of stuff. But I think even with all that, though, I'm not trying to be old here, but in a lot of ways, it is worse today. I mean, like, I don't think, even though things could be kind of rough in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever, we didn't have Cardi B, We had some rough stuff. Well, I'm kind of wrong with that. Like, you had Red Fox and different people and some pretty perverse things that sort of got played in the background. Like, you had to buy the record or something. Friends that have it or something. You go, oh, man, it's just shocking, But it wouldn't be like a #1 hit on a radio station,
Right.
You had provocative stuff, don't get me wrong, I realize, but you kind of had to read between the lines to make it, it was there, but not like what we're seeing today.
Who's that guy? Who was that one famous guitarist with the song Playing with His Dingling? What was it called?
Chuck Berry.
Chuck Berry, thank you. So,
was he really? He was doing that?
Let's say again?
Was he actually doing that?
Well, no, his song was about playing with this, was a red fire engine?
No, it was like a little string with bells on it.
Thank
but
you.
He was the song is it's very full. It's just full of innuendo.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of my point. That stuff always did exist. Yeah, that stuff was always there.
Mm-hmm.
But it was. Maybe the issue is. I don't know if it was. Gosh, I can't think. There was a popular singer that sang that song, "My Ding-a-Ling" thing. I thought it was funny. Yeah, I knew it was sort of dirty, that. But, and I thought it was funny, but it's not really the same as some of what we see today. I don't
Yes,
think
sir,
it
you're
is.
right.
Yeah, today it's openly. I mean, I was complaining about the new Army military recruitment ads coming out these days. I don't know if you've seen that controversy yet.
No.
It's all
Oh.
racist and sexist. It's all,
disgusting.
you know, and I've been sharing with my veteran friends. We're all freaking butthurt about it, but they're all promoting, you know, so back in my day, we, you know, it was clear. We all were green on the outside, red on the inside, as we would say. But now, this new administration, they're literally showing these ads to highlight skin color differences,
Well,
which is the
it's
exact
not good.
opposite of what we've always done. They're having open homosexual weddings as an Army recruitment video. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, we can be rowdy, but we don't flaunt perversion like that. That is
No,
not
well,
the
I
Army
think
values.
we kind of it depends on the, you know, like I'm 60 now, I guess. So, but I remember, I don't know, it's kind of like, depending on what you went through, where you lived and stuff, like you worked hard not to be racial. You tried. It's not like you couldn't talk about it, but you had to be more careful. Now people just, they want to come out. They want to, maybe good kind of, but I'm not real impressed. I don't think it's helping.
No, well, agreed.
It's instead of seeing it as us, you know, it's more they're, I don't know. It's almost like the more they're trying to make all one people instead of us and them, it almost seems like, because it's forced. I think I don't think it works well. There's something not working with it to me.
I like Thomas Sowell. He talks about racism never really went away, but
No.
Soul says that, it's on life support, and the only thing keeping it alive are the race hustlers.
Right, people that make a living on it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I would agree. That's not helping anything. Yeah, it's and it's a shame. I don't know what the answer is. I listen to different guys talk about it, and I'll hear Joe and those guys are going, yeah, I ain't going for that either. You know, that's
real easy to
not
me.
for me, man.
People that aren't racist don't think about it like you're saying, and they don't care. And then the people that are, they make a big deal about it.
Or maybe it does bug you a little bit, but at least for me growing up, but you know, you learn to just go, well, hey man, we're going to make it through this, or you know, I'm going to try to treat everybody equally. That's the way you're supposed to do anyhow, right? You know, and you try not to make a deal out of it, and maybe you do have things in your background that change the way you think a bit, but you try to work past that, and hopefully they're doing the same, and you somehow you get along. But this kind of force stuff, I'm not sure that's. I think it creates rebellion. Maybe that's my concern. You know,
It furthers the stereotypes, is what it does.
Yeah. And I remember, well, like my wife, where she worked, and people I've known, like if you worked in retail and that kind of thing, sometimes you'd end up working with people that were trans, or they're gay, or they're this or whatever. But look, they didn't agree, but somehow they agreed to get along, to get through the day and work and do their jobs. You go, well, then you start forcing it on people. You have to accept this. You have to accept that. It's like, well, then people start saying, oh, wait.
Well, and I think the
I don't think it works.
Well, the logic behind that is because, so I'll just call them perverts. Their big beef is that they don't want other people to force their religion on them, right? The Christian moral, whatever, traditional morality.
Yeah.
They don't want other people to force their religion on them. But the problem is that the perverts they're the ones that are forcing their religion on everybody else.
Yeah, well, even more bizarre with a lot of it that I see, not all, but some, they will, because they're so angry with Christianity, they'll accept Islam, and you go like, hey, you guys have no idea. Like, you might have some peaceful Muslims, but hey, this could be a lot worse than what you see from Christians, you know.
Well, I warned you earlier, you know, I'm up on all the latest conspiracy theories, but so the one I promote that makes the most sense to me is that the Soviets, the socialist fascists, they are very open, and there's been KGB defectors and stuff, and all kinds of stuff on YouTube. People can look up on whatever. That they literally confessed that their goal, they didn't want, they couldn't compete with the West militarily, so they were going to do it through psychological warfare. And one of the tactics is to destabilize the nation. And so they publicly admitted that they were going to do that I think has been obviously they have done is to subvert the media, the college universities, whatnot. And so a lot of these social issues, the social fabric attack stuff, most people are tolerant. Most people don't care. We give a rat's butt what you do in your bedroom,
Right. Yeah, no, maybe you do care, but you go, oh well, whatever.
Yeah, I don't
oh,
agree with that, but hats off to you. Just keep it in your bedroom, kind of. But
you let it go. You go, yeah, okay.
But the fascist agenda, they made it clear that they were going to try to promote these things and force it, get their people to try to encourage other people to more or less force it, like we're talking about on Western society, specifically and exclusively to try to destroy that social fabric that makes the free nations what we are, the ability to be able to just do what you want and not be judged by it too much. So they cause these escalated contrived issues and try to perpetrate all these stereotypes specifically as an attack on Western society, and they admit
it. Yeah.
That's the root of it, and I'm sure there's plenty of people that are just naive, whatever, and just want to be perverts. But that's fine, but that gets caught up with all the other. It's a legitimate intelligence thing.
Yeah, it's a strange deal to me. I mean, I've watched it kind of progress. And I started noticing it probably somewhere in the 80s or so. I saw it, and it just does seem to me like a lot of it has progressed on and on.
That's the goal. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of the complaining I get, I can see why that would happen, but I just think you start pushing it, then it backfires. I think a lot of times
it does, and the best way to fight against it is to do your best to ignore it. Be the example. I don't care what you want to do, just don't force your morals on me. I won't force mine on you as long as you don't kill anybody, kind of thing.
Yeah, like I guess kind of what I look at is, say like you had a parade or something, and it's just a normal kids parade, Halloween parade, whatever it is, whether you agree with it or not, whatever, it's coming down through your area, and say you see a couple gays like on a float or something, they're hugging and kissing and swapping spit, making weird screwball faces.
Right?
Well, that's kind of what I mean, and now. The thing I look at is that's going to offend me more, but I'd also be offended if I saw heterosexuals acting that way.
Exactly.
Like, what the heck are you doing? Wait a minute. This is for the kids and stuff. What's wrong with you people? And that's the kind of stuff that you see occasionally. And you go, well, what's that doing here? So, well, we had to allow them a spot because, like, oh, man. That stuff makes me angry.
It's because you're a good moral guy.
Yeah, I just don't think it's right. It's and plus it makes a lot of people angry. It doesn't.
Well,
actually, I think it just. I don't know what. I don't get it. Maybe there is some. I don't know.
They're the hypocrites. They're doing what they're complaining others do to them. They don't. Yeah, they're shoving their lack of morality, what do you call it, on other people. They're the religious freaks.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Hmm?
Yeah,
what's that?
That's just what I've noticed when I see stuff occasionally like that. It just really sticks in your head. It doesn't. Yeah. It makes it harder for that kind of atmosphere where somebody goes to work and they say, "Well, I'm not real big on this idea, but oh well, make it work. Be polite. Try to treat people decently." And
yeah,
I just think it makes it harder.
That's Christ's teaching. Even if you disagree together, work it out. Love your neighbor.
Right.
Well, that's the problem is that in this day and age, they're not even letting people, they're not even affording people the right to, just, have disagree. That kind of attitude and just be like, you do you and, still treat people kindly. Now they're trying to pretend that they could bully you by saying silence is violence and they're trying to force you to take a side, and of course they're trying to force
actually, yeah, you have an interesting. I would say I have to agree. Yeah, that is a good part. Yeah, but that's very frustrating. And but then the other extreme, maybe the rebellious side, I kind of see of that kind of behavior is And it becomes racial, but that's the thing of like P-Mars saying what he wants to say or typing it in the side chat. I don't know if you've seen some of that. I think he's notorious for it, but no.
The old racist slur stuff.
The what? The N words and stuff. And,
Yep.
yeah, and it all. I mean, I got to do a discussion with Smokey over it, and it's like, well, he just feels he's being canceled and all this stuff. I go like, well,
There's a reason why.
yeah, it's like, well, then I'll tell you what, we'll go up to the whole section, maybe. You can come along and you go up there and yell that around up there and see how it flies, I mean, or maybe, like I told him to go into a German deli or something, start calling people Nazis, or go into a pizza shop and call them wops or something. See how that works, It's like, you want your free speech, go ahead, do it, Yeah.
Well, if anybody wants to be respected, they need to be respectful.
Well, right, exactly. And that's the whole thing of hiding behind the keyboard thing again. Like, you couldn't do any of that.
Yeah.
You can't, well, you can.
Well, like I was saying earlier, I think this is a lot of people's form of entertainment. They're not really here. They're not genuinely trying to fellowship or teach or whatever they claim they're doing. They're doing this for drama.
That's probably true. I make screwball videos now and then, kidding around and do some screwball stuff, but there's a point where it becomes just out and out hateful, and I think, oh, come on, that's not even funny anymore, That's just cruel.
Yeah.
So I don't get that. I'm truly amazed, and it's sad for me to see people, because I knew there was some disagreement with you and some of what's going on. Like, I hear that much, but as with many people. But I just thought, boy, it's amazing, man. Some of these guys are just letting this happen, and I don't think they realize, as long as they let it, they might think what they're doing is being peaceful. Personally, I think it's going to get worse.
Yeah, it's called enabling, I think.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
My hope is that I can just show the contrast, because especially early on when I was first having to deal with the abuse, I'd get upset, but like Mrs. Joel
Oh,
told me,
yeah. Well, that's normal though. But if you get upset, then if you notice, the thing that'll be thrown at you is, I'll guarantee it. I haven't watched what went on with you and them, but I know the way the guy works. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll bet you 100% I'm right. I know I'm pretty prideful in saying this, but I'll bet you what was thrown at you is you're being emotional.
Oh yeah, they always say that.
Well, yeah, that's the big key thing in this, and it's very normal for cult type mentalities to just beat the crap out of people. And then when they get upset, they say, "Oh, you're being emotional. You're being emotional." Well, it's a way to control people.
Absolutely. Thankfully, my wife's a psychiatry or psychology expert, even though she denies it.
I am not an expert.
But she is. If you want to talk to her about it, so she keeps saying we talk about it often.
So yeah, I mean, I just believe that's the deal. Just from him and I had a discussion early on. I said, when I studied cults, I would go to the Christian bookstores and order books and things and buy stuff, what I could on cults and that kind of thing. They're more major cults and such, but commonly what you'd run into and that kind of thing on the streets. But he had suggested the bite model. That was kind of funny because when I got to the bite model, just reading down through it, I'm like, wow, a lot of this stuff hits. But when I got into the area of emotional control or something, I'm like, oh man, this is bad.
Yeah. Emotional manipulation.
And then the bite model was bad.
Are you saying bike like in a bicycle model?
No, bite, B-I-T-E. And I'm not sure that I agree with the guy. I think his name was Stephen Assad that came up with it. It wasn't even around when I was doing that kind of study,
Huh.
As best I could as younger, but I think it came around in 2000 something. And obviously the guy comes across pretty liberal. He applied it towards Trump and the Trump cult and all this stuff. But his basic ideas, I guess, are accepted by many people. And I just thought it was funny that Smokey directed me to that. So, okay, I go look at it. You get to that section, you go, well, there you go. As far as emotional control,
Wow, yeah. No, Google brought it right up. Stephen Hassan's bite model of authoritarian control, ex-cult resource center, all kinds of strange websites.
yeah, it'll be a lot of anti-Trump stuff on it. But if you just look through that, get out and look through his like thing of the different things that you'd see in a cult. There's like 4 different sections. And I think down in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see one on something to do with emotion and control and such. And you go, wow, that calls the guy out.
Here, I found a chart. I don't want to click on these websites because they seem kind of fishy, but I found a picture. I don't know if you can see.
Cracked me up.
I don't know if that's legible or not. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Behavior control, promote dependence and obedience, information control, deliberately withhold. I think this is also called mobbing behavior now. You try to control information and control other people's perceptions of your target, your victim.
Oh, okay. I'm looking. Yeah. Well, okay. Remember, see the one down there? I was looking at the outside chat like a goof. Yeah. The emotional control down there in the bottom right. If you read those, it's like I don't know what to do. I mean, it's just nails it one after another after another. In my opinion, because the information control and certain things, thought control, those are like for cults. I think where they're actually physically together. A lot of the situations they bring out. But when you get into like an online thing, it's amazing. And with this particular behavior we're seeing, I think the emotional control just calls it straight out, you know.
Yeah.
And I think it's funny that he's the one who was mocking me for not knowing what it was. It's like, well, why would I look into the secular world when I would be looking at what Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, you know, the Seventh-day Adventist fit? Does this fit? Does that fit? Where's this group and that? And, you know, Moody's and what have you, you know, trying to figure out between sects and what is actually a cult. I went to Christian Resources, you know. So he takes me into the secular world. And I found it interesting that the secular world calls them out straight out, you know.
I was going to say it seemed kind of ironic since that's his behaviors. Why would he want to promote sharing it?
Because it's popular, I guess. And that's what people in recent years maybe started looking at. So that's where he directed me. I thought that was a bad move. You know?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Kind of intuitive, I guess, but I don't know.
That's funny.
Yeah. We got Mrs. Joel interested in it. She's examining now.
Because what I don't know, I have to turn my stereo up.
Did you say Smokey shared this with you, Bruce?
Oh yeah. He's the one who shared that stuff with the
That's
bike
funny.
Yeah.
That's
Darn right, it's funny. Cracked me up.
The irony, right?
Well,
Yeah.
it just reminded me instantly, and I don't exactly know why, about the old adage about the best place to commit a crime is right in front of the police department.
See why I love her.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I guess. But it just made me. I'm like, oh boy, you know. I mean, you do see that in Christian cults. You do see that brought up, of course, you know, over the years, that kind of stuff. But this guy, probably because he's more of just like a secular psychologist, I guess. He just looks for these things, and you go, well, wow, well, hey, pretty hard to argue with. And then when I started presenting it on some videos I did, they're like, well, wait, you can apply this to anybody and anybody. Well, kind of. You can apply it to a lot of churches. Yeah, you sure you could. Absolutely. Well, but you can't just hit it just bam, 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 and then head into the emotional side, which is what you could actually apply online. Some of the other things to some degree, yes. But the emotional side, absolutely. And when it just totally just straight down pretty well calls it out, you go, man, oh man, we should have left this alone, you know?
Yep. Yeah, it was bullying side. See, that's what I was saying earlier. You know, as far as Christ is concerned, you know, Jesus Christ himself, he literally said that if someone doesn't want to listen to you, walk away, which destroys whatever. You know, so yeah, they're Christian cults. I agree with you, but the actual real Church of Christ, you know, the Bride of Christ, or even call it the actual real Christians out there, would never do this stuff.
No, well, there is a thing where, yeah, and it's maybe
all
that
about love.
try to keep working with the people, but I think the idea is that if it's not accepted, yeah, you moved on and you went on to somebody who might be accepting of it. I think that's the idea.
No, it's even simpler than that. It's simply a matter of fact. I love how Mark Lowry puts it: is that we're beggars telling other beggars where the food is. Well, it is. If you don't want to get the food, it's okay. It's on you.
Yeah.
But yeah, but no, you love people enough. Hey, look, I know where the food is. Let's go. You want to go? Let's go get some food. That's it.
What's that, Mark Lowry, or who was like you were saying it?
Yeah,
What's
Mark Lowry.
Oh,
Love that
gosh,
man.
He's so funny.
He has a YouTube sermon out there titled "Recovering Fundamentalist."
Oh, really?
It was
Yeah.
a performance. It wasn't really.
Yeah,
YouTube
stage
sermon.
there. Yeah,
Wait,
he's phenomenal.
Is it Lauri, or how's it spelled?
Let me see.
Where was in that the
Lowry. Yeah. In fact, I'll find it here.
Lowry. Okay.
Mhm.
look up? Should he look up recovering fundamentalist?
Yeah, it's a great place to start. He's got all kinds of good stuff. But
Okay, I see it came right up. Yeah, I mean, at least you start typing it in, and it starts filling it in for you.
yeah. He's a comedian. He's a phenomenal singer. He's awesome.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. For some reason, I feel I was going to let it go for a bit, but just as I've seen things, kind of, to be honest, like on Praise's channel, I probably, what I do believe it's probably pretty fundamental kind of, like evangelical fundamental kind of background. I guess I've developed, ended up with over the years, even with my doubts, whatever. It's where I tend to be.
Yeah. Well, it's healthy skepticism.
So what's odd though is that in a lot of ways, I would say Smokey and I are probably in a lot of ways in agreement. But behavior wise, oh no, I have some pretty sick behavior. That can be seen easy enough. Looking through some old videos last night from years and years ago, but it was nice. But as far as how you actually treat people, especially when proclaiming Christ, I can't get it.
Well, I don't know. I have to ask then. So, because you're coming off as a guy who, like you said, you're not a true believer, quote unquote, quite yet. You're still seeking. Versus Smokey, he seems pretty committed.
Yes, I would. Right, and he feels right, and that's the whole point. Is that I kind of get the idea of tough love and all that, and calling things out kind of strong at times. But there's a point where what I've seen time and time again, he doesn't know things about people. He thinks he knows who they are and what they are and all that.
Yeah.
And the one thing I did mention to him the other night, I think he had some trouble with, is when I said, well, he was accusing this atheist guy of breaking down, and he's crying and all this, and this other channel afterwards. And I said, well, not him though. But I said, look, what if by chance, like this guy might, he's probably strong in a lot of ways. But I said, what if a person is weak? Then what? And that did make Smokey at least think. Like he couldn't justify it anymore. So I said, what if they break down and they cry and they're weak? They can't take it. Hopefully he thinks on it.
I would posit that I don't think he generally cares. So he's a bully.
Well, it could be.
So
yeah,
if he's talking to somebody that he wants to be his victim, he wants to make them cry, like me. He wants to tear people down. These are quintessential textbook behaviors.
Well, right. That's a bad thing. And in fact, I am beginning to wonder if it is even something somebody can help at that point. Like, what in the world is going on in there at that point? Exactly. I don't know.
It's a disorder, right?
Yeah, right. Maybe it is really that bad at that point. I don't know. So then it would be fair to people that are dealing with them, though, to make sure that they don't allow that disorder to take over. That if that's by chance what's going on.
Yeah, you can't make diagnoses over the internet, but
you can't
recognize behavior. Try to help others recognize behavior. But the bottom line is, people either will tolerate bad behavior or they won't, and that's really all we can do.
To me, it's just real clear cut. the Bible says, judge a tree by its fruit, essentially, right? Just paraphrasing.
Oh,
And
yes.
look at the fruit. Is it Christ-like? No. What are we supposed to do when we encounter somebody that claims to be a Christian and isn't behaving in a Christ-like fashion? Avoid them.
Well, I think the argument will be that the fruit is shown by maybe your fervor, your desire to teach truth, as they'll say. That's the fruit. But then it is hard. You can try all you want to try to ignore Galatians 5. I think it is 22 or 23 in there. You can try to ignore that stuff.
Yeah.
But sorry, it is writ there, and it's I don't think it was meant to be ignored.
Exactly.
Yep. Morning, Gary. Yeah, I ran into a little trouble with my friend Graham about that earlier tonight on Praises channel. I brought up Paul in 1 Corinthians 13, talking about that if even though if he could speak all the language of all mankind on earth and spoke the language of angels, but didn't speak in love, he'd be nothing but just a sounding brass or clanging gong.
Yeah, that's like 13, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, the love chapter. Yeah.
So there's, Graham started asking, well, what's the fine line? Because was Jesus being unloving then when he was, beating the people in the temple or whatever? And I told him that's a question we all have to ask the Lord about, But regardless, there's a balance between being loving and not tolerating sin.
It's also it is Jesus, and it was. That's where you get into the Jesus God. It's kind of rough.
Like, no, you're absolutely right. And I actually appreciate you reminding me because after I'd finished that conversation with him, dare I say, the Lord reminded me, and I forgot again, that vengeance is mine, says the Lord.
Right.
He gets special privilege.
yeah, and he was dealing with the Pharisees, and I've even heard some guys over the years try to say, well, the atheists are the Pharisees today, and I go like, no, I don't think so.
Well, again, so
it's not fit. It doesn't fit. Not
the textbook bullied. They're not genuinely trying to root out evil or expose. All the excuses they give. They're not genuinely trying to do that. They rotate between targets with victims, and then the people that stand up against them, of course, are their primary targets. And then, like you were kind of saying, if they've chosen someone to be a target and they start to beat them down and they start to cry, or whatever, they oscillate between what's called a pull and push phase, or a honeymoon phase, called an abusive,
cycle of violence.
Yeah, cycle of violence and abusive relationship type stuff. Or some people have heard of the battered wife syndrome. So
right.
The abuser will beat their victim to the point where the victim just literally is either starting to pass away from it or whatever, or starts to get wise and wants to leave. Well, and then all of a sudden the abuser's all apologetic. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. That's a pull phase, and it's not genuine. It's just to keep them wanting to get back into another push phase, and it satisfies their ego.
What I saw was that when things are getting heated, it's like, hey, let's make this private. We'll go do it on my stream. And I go, okay. I think I see how that's
that's not private.
Yeah, it's like, keep it live, actually. But, I guess I get the idea if you want to go private to actually talk about things, to work something out that's difficult. I do get that idea, but if it's to kind of like heal over the wounds to those you hurt so you can go back and do it again, no. I don't know. Love, everything's wonderful,
Yeah, see, he'll never do that with someone like me, someone who fights bullies. He'll never want to reconcile. In fact, all he does is, he just tries to turn other people against me.
Oh, you'll get kicked, man. And if you're, I joined one of their private chats. Bam, you're gone, man. It's like no.
So he'll dedicate an entire stream just to the people that expose him, that stand up against him. So I've have entire streams, and other people have entire streams dedicated to just pure raw religious hate speech, just to try to demagogue and help him feel, heal his own ego. Is all it is.
Something weird there, but I wouldn't. It really wouldn't bother me too much. I mean, maybe a bit, but not too much if I didn't actually see people falling for it. That's what's always bothered me that I've seen from time to time on YouTube, is that certain people come in and do this kind of thing. They may not get a huge crowd, but if they get, 10, 20 people, whatever, supporting them, it's kind of a shame because they drug them into this mess,
Oh yeah, yeah. And I've talked to a lot of other people because I'm new to all this stuff too. That they flat said that they've been turned away because not only were they abused by these guys, but then they saw too many other people tolerating the abuse, and it breaks people's hearts. You want to find
Absolutely, it does.
Christians, but good people, to hang out with, and you see this social media drama. There's basically, I think it could boil down to two kinds of people, maybe three, that come onto these things, these online venues, to browbeat and bully and harass and again feel like they're power and control and get their ego boost. Then there's other people that generally want to find friendship and avoid that kind of. They're trying to get away from that maybe in the real world,
Right?
But find friends online, and then other people I guess just are ambivalent to it.
But even in that, I mean, at least for me, I've noticed that even when that's going fairly well, you're going to have disagreements and angry spouts here and there, but it doesn't. I gotta say, you're still going to come back to just kind of get along, and it's not going to dominate everything.
Correct.
Here's Cheryl. Oh gosh, Cheryl, I feel bad. They were watching my old videos last night. I went, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
I'm glad this guy I was in his hangout and we were, oh boy, going over like old stuff I did. I went, like in the guitar community, just different stuff. Just being, I went like, wow.
Yeah, Gary, you're reminding me of something Mrs. Joel and I used to talk about over the years is that the opposite of love is not hate.
It's apathy.
Apathy.
That's right.
Yeah, Gary says apathy of others. That's the real heartbreaker.
Yep. Because that's people they misunderstand the opposite of love so easily, and it's like, well, okay, so you have love where you deeply care somebody, and the opposite isn't hate because there's still a care there. There's still emotional investment there. The real opposite of love is when you don't care anymore.
Right.
Oh, that's an interesting point. Yeah, that's it. I never really thought of it that way, but yeah, I can see that. Yeah. When you just don't care about how somebody feels or what's going on or anything.
Yep.
It reminds me of something Jesus said as well in Revelation. He said that I prefer that you are either hot or cold. And since you're lukewarm, will spit you out of my mouth.
Right. Yeah, there's that. Well, but when others' emotions don't mean anything to you, well, or they do, maybe I don't know. It's very hard to figure out. Well, I kind of have a feeling some people just get off on it. They think it's great. They get a high from it.
Yep, it's a drama fest for them. So they crave it. They can't get it in real life, so they go online to see who they can damage for fun.
The thing is, though, I mean, like some of the stuff I was showing last night, like to me, it was like some guys in the guitar community. I went into, we had the argument on Tonewood of all things on electric guitars, and I got caught up in that because it's something I spent a lot of time on years ago. And so a number of guys, like, they'd turn on me and they'd say, you suck on guitar, this and that. We'd end up in these arguments kind of. And so I just started like making ridiculous comedy videos. But I mean, sadly, some of those guys actually ended up trolling each other really bad. Like, I mean, hurtful, hateful things where I just turned it into like some type of just ridiculous garbage, and trying to make a joke out of it,
Well, it sounds like you don't have that kind of ego that some people have is all. So yeah.
Well, I can fall into it, but I'm just saying that's not where I want to be. It's easy to fall into. I don't want to be there.
Yep.
It's sad to see that though in the Christian community. You go, boy, oh boy.
Well,
there are wolves in sheep's clothing.
Yeah.
That's my aim in my streams. I'm trying to create that atmosphere, not just for Christians, but for everybody that just wants to get away from the crap, have fun, talk about stuff. Yeah,
I mean, in normal everyday life, I mean, you just wouldn't go around acting like that.
Yeah. Well, if you do, you don't have very many friends, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've heard people argue and say, "Oh no, that is how I act." I go, like, "Yeah, right." Come on.
Yeah, no, they don't.
I know better than that. You couldn't do. You could.
A lot of bitterness out there.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So either you build people up or you try to beat them down. It's basically.
Yeah, but if you beat somebody down, though, I mean, the thing I always thought was, say, like you think you're standing here in your life, or wherever that may be, your self worth or whatever the heck it is, you know, and you beat somebody down. The crazy thing about it is you've not gotten any bigger.
Right.
You're still the same or probably worse, actually, at that point. You know,
Oh, yeah.
you haven't. You know, they somehow see by beating someone else down, they think it empowers them, but actually they didn't change anything about who they are.
Brought themselves down with them. Right.
Yeah, sad to watch, but it's sad to watch for the be honest. Yeah, the victims. You know, you're not allowed to be a victim. You're not allowed to have emotion. You can't have that. You're weak. You're weak. That kind of thing. It's like, well, I don't know. I don't see anywhere in the Bible teaching how to be strong and stoic or any of this kind of stuff people are
Well,
talking around, and I don't see that. I don't really see that.
as a matter of fact, Christ says the exact opposite. He said, "The greatest shall be least; the weak shall be strong."
Right. You're supposed to right. You humble yourself, you're being exalted, which if you did that with wrong motives, but I mean, if you're sincere in humbling yourself, then that could happen, right?
Yep.
If you exalt yourself, you'll be humbled. I mean, that's the way I understand the teachings in the Bible.
It is. And
You
Jesus said that if you come to a party, large table, sit at the end of the table. Don't start at the first. Let the host, honor you by asking you to come sit at the head of the table.
Sure.
If you go sit at the head of the table and you're not the honored guest or whatever, you're going to be told to go sit at the end.
Yep.
Right.
So, I don't know what lesson there is to learn from it. I don't know, but I do feel bad to watch people's channels kind of more or less getting taken over and that kind of thing.
Yep.
I believe that's what's happening.
Yep. And again, I'm going to start probably, and people have asked me to try to do more full-time streams myself, but I don't know how. I'll try to create a good open atmosphere, calm atmosphere.
Oh, neat. Yeah. Well, I guess I'll get going. I think I'll take some ibuprofen or something. I don't know. I think that's safe.
You sound very sick.
For a cold?
What's that? Well, I'm not sure if it's a cold. I have like my face, last night it was really bad. Like my sinuses, everything just hurt real bad. My whole face hurt, like even down to my jaw and everything. I was like, holy man.
Sounds like sinus pressure, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I was even just sitting pushing on my teeth and stuff, trying to get pushing on my eyes, trying to get rid of the pain.
I have a question for you. How long you been sick? How many days?
Oh, well, since I was born.
Whoops.
I mean, with this current thing.
Oh, only like 2 days or so.
Okay, yeah, just keep an eye on it. Make sure. Okay, this is gonna sound really gross. So I apologize, y'all. Make sure that your snot is nice and clear and doesn't turn funny colors. If it turns like like bright green or yellow or whatever.
Oh, you got
nice
yeah. Let me see. That's wonderful. Eh? Let's see what we got.
You're our kind of guy already.
It's pretty clear, just a little bit, maybe a little bit off color. It's pretty clear though.
Okay,
Nice.
good. Yeah, you're fine.
Maybe a touch, not really yellow, but I can see. Oh my gosh, that's disgusting. Damn.
It's just being human. Goodness.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I didn't wipe all my sleeve on my shirt though today. I'm doing better.
I found that so oranges, I think, are God's medicine. It's got the second highest concentration of vitamin C's and stuff and fiber. Short next to
Yeah, it is. It's interesting, and I do have to watch my blood sugar, but it is interesting that due to everything else in the orange, like I know people make orange juice and all this stuff, but I just like to eat the orange because I think it goes into your body a little slower. It takes longer to break down than if drinking juice.
Yep.
I think it's good to eat whole. And
in fact, I'll buy the high pulp orange juice if I do my juice.
So good.
There you go. Yeah. That would be good.
Chunky orange juice.
Chunky orange juice.
Love it.
But so that's what's cleared up more colds for me than anything was just orange juice.
Sure, yeah. If you have high pulp and stuff, I could see that.
Well, the
Yeah,
pulp helps with fiber too, so it's
Alrighty. Well, actually, I think
All
I
right.
need to get going. My
I'm gonna go
son-
get Rowdy and lay down or something.
Oh, rest well, hon. I hope you recover.
I will. No, it'll go. You know, it always. Well, so far in my life, it's always passes. Yeah, there we go. Be cool.
Did you ever serve in the military, Bruce?
No, my
Okay.
dad did, and I kind of
Okay.
grew up around it. But no, I wasn't in the military.
I
No,
was going to ask if you remembered CS gas or not, but
Oh gosh.
that's guaranteed to clear anything up.
well, I would think so. Yes, it would. I don't know. I played around with target shooting and stuff a lot, and some hunting and stuff like that. And playing around with stuff, over the years. That was a hobby I got into.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was it real busy?
Alrighty, so yeah, we're gonna take off. Cheryl, if any of you guys want me to start another stream later today, just email or ask me in YouTube, whatever. I'll be.
Well, have a great day, guys.
You too.
Yeah, you too.
And thanks for having me.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
All right, bye.
Take care. So yeah, just leave a message or something, or comment, whatever. If you guys want more or whatever you need, I'm gonna go drop off Mr. Matt and maybe we'll get some more Z's myself. But yeah, thank you guys and hope you enjoyed. Take care.
Mm-hmm. We don't.